Select your god.
Dude, what the fuck? I'm so mad. Who bans it? Hello, guys. I'm so mad. What the fuck? Who bans the new god on their first rank game? You know what? Fuck you, man. I can't believe it. Why would you do that? Let people play it. Even if it's OP. Well, if it's completely broken, I kind of get it after a while. Maybe after a day or some hours. But dude, he just came out. Let people have fun with it. Fucking rude. I don't even know. I'll play some Thana. I'm so mad, bro. Why can't we let people have fun with it? Huh? I'm looking at this Janus, and I will judge. I don't believe it, bro. I feel betrayed. Somehow. But oh well. Maybe they had an experience with it where it was just insane. Unwinnable. Let's go with this. Like, I'm pretty much just here today to play some Tsukuyomi. And I was denied. Shit sucks. Right in front of me, too. Alright, who is the fucking Janus? Who are they and where do they live? Okay. Oh, Adapting's playing too. I didn't see him stream, so I didn't think he was actually playing. Is he streaming? No. Oh, he just started too. Okay, interesting. Alright. Alright.
I thirst only for death, but I'll save this for later.
Hope you're ready.
Oh, I need to close my own stream. Don't want that extra heaviness in my PC while running a stream. And then watching a stream. Another small side note is, I don't know how long I can fully stream at the moment, because my headset is broken. And it's like squeezing like parts of my head, and it hurts after a while, so I gotta buy a new headset. It's so scuffed. Like, one of the sides things broke, so it just doesn't have any structure. It's real annoying. That hurts. Alright, level 5 is pretty scary. I don't really think I can just ult for fun in this one. I might need to just ult always to get his ult. Or to as a response to his.
Your life stream. Cannot escape death. Come to me.
That helps a lot. He does have Chalice, which was just reset too, so.
Cut your life strings.
Don't want to poke too much. Or brawl too much, now that I'm out of potions.
I'll gank right leg. Careful left.
Ah, I missed. I missed too. I think maybe we kill if I hit my one, but at the same time I don't think so. He just the fact that he still jump up is makes it pretty hard for us to actually catch him, because I can't chase it.
Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready.
Your souls to me.
Was Tsuku banned? Yes, he was. Right in front of me. It's very tragic. I'm kind of just here to play Tsuku. I was literally debating not streaming today because I kind of wasn't in the mood. But then I realized it was patch day and I was like, oh shit, now I really want to stream because I want to play Tsuku. And he got banned. Fucking hate it, dude. Stop banning new gods, let people play them.
Ultimate is ready.
Like, I don't want to have to go casuals just to play him, man, but I mean, I'll do it if I have to. It just feels unnecessary. Like, I don't even think he's gonna be OP to the point where you should ban him. There are still more OP gods.
Middle lane.
But what do I know? Maybe he is super broken, but I just don't think so. I think just the nature of his kit, at least without the aspect, but like with the nature of his kit, I don't think he's gonna be OP right now, man. He's still so easy to kill and catch. Alright, going pretty well so far. Good thing we banned Tsukuyomi over Aladdin, huh? Oops.
Ultimate is ready.
I'll probably mostly go damage this game, I think. But I will do one regrowth at least. I think I need it to kind of survive this lane.
Have fun.
But I don't actually want to build all that much defense.
Enemy missing right. Cut your life. Death eventually comes to all. Creature, your time has come.
Aspect really puts a stop to healing on those 5 rents. You get a nice heal when you do those without the aspect. Definitely not the case, because you know, don't have any healing. This aspect on last hitting.
Enemy mission completed. Cancel that. I will cut your life strings.
Yeah, I mean, non-aspect is definitely better when it comes to sustain, just during the laning phase. I even got his ult. Damn, I'll take it.
On my way.
Enemy spot. Be careful.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Ultimate is ready.
Yeah, we're reaching the point where I can't really fight Odin anymore. His 3 is just gonna outdamage me pretty much. And I don't really heal enough, I think. But once I regrowth, that should change. Hello, Orc. Like, I imagine Tsuku will be powerful in the beginning, because people gotta remember how to deal with him again. Like, that happens for a lot of new gods when they come out. Or, like, old new gods. Damn it. But I don't really think that makes him OP, you know? There's just people not remembering how to actually deal with him.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing left.
Tsuku, I still could see go both ways. I could see him being completely busted in Smite 2, but I could also see him being shit. Because he suffers from the same issue as I've said as someone like Modred does, where he doesn't have actual mobility in his kit. He has very, very situational mobility and a little bit of movement speed boosting. But for the most part, he doesn't really have much to get away with.
Help.
Modred is better, obviously, because his ultimate is really good, but he can be blocked, you know, all that stuff.
On my way. Okay.
Enemy missing right.
So like, even Modred I would say is better, but I think Modred is pretty easy overall to go on and kill. Granted, if you have good players that knows how to do it.
Cannot escape death.
On my way. On my way. Down.
Fuck. I didn't mean to press my 3 at all. How the fuck did I hit that? He was just looking for my ult. That's okay. I'm not sure if anyone was nearby.
Ultimate
Is that a
ready.
mystical mail? It is.
Ultimate is down.
Has arrived. Enemy missing left. Defend the gold.
Okay. Defend the Gold Fury. On my way.
Cannot escape death.
don't think they're on gold anymore. Guess I'll just go back to my lane.
Retreat, left lane. Enemy missing.
I'll attack. Be careful left.
Yeah, I actually haven't looked up the aspect fully. I forgot to do that. What is the aspect exactly? Like, it makes him ranged, right? I can imagine that being pretty OP on him. If he's just always ranged.
Attack middle lane.
Enemy missing right.
Yes.
There's Odin on left. I can't fucking tell. There's 5 people there.
Under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Creature, your time has come. Death eventually comes to all. Foul creature, your time has come. On my way.
Enemy has been slain. Like a jaguar. Ooh. Rain shall wash them away. Very
I mean, fuck, bro. The Odin ring, man.
the left enemy
That fucked up everything. I also did not think Baka's jump was gonna reach me, man.
Defend the gold.
That shit went much further than I thought.
Defend the gold fury. Defend the gold fury.
on my way.
On my way. Okay. On my way.
There should still be able to defend this. Yeah, I don't think they do this anymore.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. And rain shall wash them away. Oh, easy roll. Enemy ultimate down. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Attack the gold fury.
Yes. Bear your souls to
Your
me.
middle tower is under attack. Enemies in left lane. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemies in right lane. Death grip grows stronger.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Shred is at least decent with only 1 relic. I think. I mean, that goes both ways, right? If you're good, let's look at like someone like Anubis, right? Anubis is obviously really good with, you know, beats forcing all that stuff. But once again, he's also a low mobility mage, so he also only has 1 relic, right? So for some gods it goes both ways. Like obviously some gods definitely benefit more from that,
Your right tower.
from only having 1 relic, because they can deal with it better. Maybe they have CC immune, you know, shit like that. That they can just overall deal with the lack of another relic much easier. But still, I mean, I think it on Tsuku, I think it goes both ways. That's all I'm trying to say. I think I would have hit that if he hadn't jumped.
Attack.
Bear your souls to me.
Attack middle lane. Okay.
I'll cut you down. I will cut your life strings. On my way.
Nice guy.
Move like a jaguar.
No problem then.
Retreat, left lane.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. under attack. Destroy the right enemy tower.
Gang, left lane. Ultimate is ready.
Cannot escape death.
Just debating on whether I should go try and gang on her, but like, I don't know if I can 1v1 him. Well, probably can, if I play it right.
Left tower has been destroyed.
Bare your souls to me.
Stop him!
Okay.
Cancel that.
Bro!
Tower is under attack. Your right tower is destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, he died fast. That's a tank, by the way. Literally full tank, by the way. Not to Aladdin, I suppose.
I'll cut you down.
But right there is another example why I don't like playing frontlines right now. If you build full tank, you're still gonna die in a second. Have fun. Feels like shit. I think hybrid is the way to go for the most part. Granted, there are still some good frontliners, like Odin, for example. I don't think he is good. It just sucks how fast you can die.
Bare your souls to me.
Attack the fire giant. Attack the fire giant. Yes.
It's not really a good fight anymore. If we're just getting picked.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Bare your souls to me.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll cut you down.
The vista, amigo.
The illest.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Cut your life rays. Bare your souls to me.
Okay. Good that he got him. I was gonna TP just in case.
Awaits you.
On my way. Your middle tower is under attack.
Don't watch me, minions. I need you not to know. Oops. Had to whiff that.
I'll cut you down.
Bro, he actually got me in combat. I don't know what got me in combat, if it was like Oppo or some shit, but... But fucking hell. He cancelled my blink. Now I just look like an idiot. But yeah, I guess back to the Tsukuyomi thing. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a jump stamp glitch. Okay. So Tsukuyomi, you can return to where you used the ult. I think that's definitely obviously really good. Like, we all know that's insanely good for his ult. That being said, what does he lose? Because I don't know about that. Usually the aspects have some kind of like, they have like a, you know, a trade. Like, you lose this, you gain this. And oftentimes, the more OP aspects, you don't really lose much, right? Does he lose anything big in the aspect? Those are candies to collect? Oh, it just looks like the jump stamp.
Enemy has been slain. Range, wash them away.
Oops.
Fabuloso.
Idle breath.
I'll attack middle lane.
The fire giant.
He doesn't have Sunder. I think we do this.
Ultimate is down.
Attack the fire giant. Okay.
Get dead. I'll cut you down. Cut your life souls to me. This ends now.
That's some beats and shit. That sucks. Some beats and shit. I think maybe because I kinda act like a frontline, maybe I should go for Magi's. They do have some pretty annoying stuff, like an on-her impale, Janus portals, shit like that I can't really avoid. And being full damage, I might just be super cold.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
No knock-up.
Wash them away.
Gip going huge this fight.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your last tower is under attack.
Shuriken no longer sticks to gods. Ult hits target only. Ult hits targets only once in an AoE. I'm not sure I understand that. Always gain white auto's attack buff instead of the purple one. Okay. The purple one is what, extra damage? Or is that the healing one, dude? I haven't played Tsukuyomi enough to know the small details about him. But alright, it sounds like he does lose quite a bit at least. Yeah, I can imagine what he gains is probably just way better in general. Purple one is the wider A that gives extra movement speed. Gotcha. Is that the one that activates from the 3? Because you have two different ones in your 1, right? Like a purple one and the white one, and then you have the big one on the 3. I guess the They're different ones. The one, okay. Yeah, I want to try it, man. I want to play Tsukuyomi myself. I'm kind of just in the mood to play some assassins. For some reason.
Attack the Gold Fury.
I haven't played assassins much. Recent times.
Attack left leg.
Your team has destroyed the Gold
Attack
Fury.
left leg.
Your right tower is under attack. Defend right lane. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Let's go Nemean last instead.
Destroyed a left enemy. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Even the genie was impressed.
Jaguar.
I do think from now on as well, on Thana, I'm gonna stop going for the aspect.
The rain shall wash them away.
I don't really think it's worth it. Like, at max you gain what, like
Middle enemy Phoenix.
100 to maybe 200 more HP, and that shit ain't gonna do shit when it really matters, man. I missed. I'm ass. I missed. I played everything else perfectly. I'm dog shit.
Enemy has been slain.
A match the game.
Alright, well, I guess since I've adapting, I'll probably give him Tsuku. Dude, stop banning the Tsukuyomi, bro. Damn it, dude. I just want people to, like, leave the Neo Gods open.
Select your god.
Do I play an assassin again? Mori aspect? Dude, I keep forgetting. I have to look at the aspect. I have to look at the patch notes. Where are they? Not in Steam. I guess I'll find them on the website then. There aren't any? Well, there should. Usually there is. Surely there is. Somewhere. How are there not any? What the fuck? What are they doing? I know adapting is looking at some, but maybe they're like a spreadsheet instead. I don't know. Alright. I need to pick something that isn't the tank. That's the goal. I'll do CERN. With the aspect, of course, and I will put that on first before I do anything else. I forgot if I have it on. I probably don't have it on because last game I played him, it was non-aspect. They forgot? Well, they better fucking make it now then. How do they forget? Hello, Valerian. It's win, yeah, of course. Always. Okay, so I guess that is in fact a Yorm support. Unless it's an Apollo aspect support, that could still be the case. I kind of picked this into Yorm, to be honest with you. But, I mean, Apollo should still be fine. Or is it? No, Apollo is probably one of the most annoying things I could meet on this character. Oh, okay, so it's definitely not. Definitely not Yorm solo. Bro, they have actually kind of annoying comp for me to deal with on this character. Overall. I'm sure it's fine, though. My beats enjoy this game? Probably. Actually, no. Oh, well, Blink enjoy, I should say. I think I am. I think I'll be okay. Surely. So it's a non-aspect Apollo solo. I'm guessing he's just gonna go full damage then. Right, let me see. Do I just have to go back? I don't want to go back and watch the whole VOD though. But I want to know the details of this patch. I guess I'll just say, like, if you guys find anywhere, maybe that's just like like they usually at least have a spreadsheet because they go through that shit on Titan Talk, you know, like surely it's there somewhere. Did not do the patch notes on Steam. No, there's not even patches on the website. And usually they're released on the website when the patch goes out. But I guess they forgot. Some people said in chat, so maybe they just forgot to make like an actual like patch notes in the same way they usually do. I hope they still just pump it out though, because I want to read it. Apparently there's some minion changes as well, which I didn't know about. Minions are more squishy. So I don't know. Maybe it's just fire minions though, which I think would be a good idea. Fire minions are fucking insane. Fire minions are so tanky, it's actually unreal. Ooh. Little pling. So I have to collect candy for an event or something now? What is that, Halloween?
Why?
I don't fucking know.
You're welcome. Enemy spotted.
He is mess. Interesting. If he wasn't in tower, I would have fucking dashed him again.
Bummer, dude. That's too bad. Enemies in the left jungle. Enemy missing. Enemies in middle.
More candy.
The forest runs rampant.
Bummer, dude. That's too bad.
Oh, easy wrong team, I am sorry.
Maybe don't back yet. See if I can force his beats or something like that. Someone TP to right, that might be in blue.
Beats down, but
He's really low. He's 5 now though. That's so unfortunate. I didn't even know. Not gonna lie, I didn't see bots. I thought he was still fighting on blue. So that's completely on me. I was fighting a Paul was like a... Once adapting's done over there, we can maybe fight on solo, but... It will.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Man, do I need Vital Lamp.
Enemy spotted.
Incoming left hard. Bots as well. Janus as well.
Enemies incoming left.
Janus ult, bots ult.
yeah. I have ult up in 3. We can test. We can fight this. We can fight this if they go for this.
They're on gold.
And defend it.
Yeah, I can freeze.
That's no beats. Just go bats if you can find him.
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I freeze in 5.
No, dude!
Good.
That sucks.
He's FS.
Actually, let me go to the fucking imps. Firebrands.
Enemy spotted.
Official his name.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury. The rain shall wash them away.
Another beast falls. A bountiful hunt. Another beast falls.
I think Kernos is confused.
My son landed on fucking 10 HP sadly.
Where is he? Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I think I just caught his dash.
I'm gonna wait for the blue. Does he fill?
Your middle tower is under attack.
He does, but he has no beats.
That's just done.
Your left tower is under attack.
He's playing really scared today.
Your left tower is under attack.
Surely his oracles are up. Yeah. Yorm is right. That's so fucking tragic.
Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Yormer's here as well.
Is my mic being picked up? Should be the right one.
His purple's up.
Your right tower is under attack.
There, there.
Double kill.
Well done.
Another beast falls. A bountiful hunt.
Retreat! Retreat!
Your left tower is under attack.
Guess I'll just farm for now. At least until I finish Vital Lamp. This is a matchup I definitely don't want to end up falling behind in. Dude, who goes to do these and not oracles? It actually triggers me a little bit. Like, thank you for leaving my oracles, but if you're invading, do it right.
I'm going to bots.
Curious question to everyone in this beta, and not final of Ultimate 2, or is this a public test server? It's just an actual game. Like once the server goes live, or like launches, this should also be in the same, like, it should be the same game. So you won't lose anything here once the game releases.
I'm not going on that guy.
This is just in a beta state, and
Fair
once
enough.
the final release, it's just like Smite 1 if you know anything about that. It's just the
Yeah,
game
that's true.
continually gets updated. It is essentially out, you know.
I reckon we can tower dive this.
I can go there in mid, yeah. I can mid forces alt. Where's he going?
His his pathing was so strange.
Enemies in left line!
All beats.
They're behind you.
Yeah, I'm running.
Bats might be coming too, I don't know.
I'm Paul ulting as well.
I'm away.
They stopped chasing. Careful when mid.
I'll attack left lane.
He just left his wave.
Ultimate is
I don't mind.
I'll do gold. They're on right side.
On my way.
Good shit.
An enemy has left the game. The
Oh shit, there's another one.
team has destroyed the
I almost
he's
got
not
butts as
on me.
well, but fuck man, until Giannis showed up. That sucks. Why did Janus show up too, man? I mean, worst case is that he caught my fucking dash. Man, if I have Vital Imp there, I think they just straight up die. I just don't have attack speed right now.
An enemy has returned.
Delightful chaos.
Majestic.
Alright, what's next? Well, we don't know what's next. It's a trick question. He also ended stream. I think he must have DC'd.
Who are you? Don't overstay, don't overstay, this is bad.
I mean, at first he got body blocked, but he might have crashed in the process of
Just
that
live,
whole
Marlin.
I was
scenario.
dead anyway.
So there's definitely a chance he might have DC'd. I hope he didn't. Like, rage quit, I guess. But you never know what causes the crashing sometimes, you know? Let's see if these are still up. I imagine they're not, yeah.
Enemy missing right.
Enemies in left line.
My way.
Gang.
He's going for the crit loony bow stuff.
Be careful, Hunter, behind you.
I'm probably ulting as well.
I'm on the way, but I'll be late.
I got one at least. Both ults.
I'm possibly kill this guy.
Got the AE as well.
CERN
He just
versus
did this.
Apollo. Well, I mean, CERN one is at least somewhat normal. And I mean, so is Apollo's, but usually with Aspect, right? This guy just went Apollo, I guess, to play Apollo. He's an ADC player, I believe, this guy, so. And let's be real, almost anything works in solo at this point.
Middle lane. I'll attack right.
It's quite easy to sit back and farm. Though you will definitely be punished in other ways. But all your farm being taken, depending on what you're against. Like a good Odin or like a good Mordred, you know, those type of aggressive warriors can definitely punish you very easily for playing like a backliner without an early game.
Your team has destroyed a right tower.
I'm almost ready to yoink that if you portal out. Why is he half HP? Also, where the fuck is my wave?
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing right. On my way.
Enemy spotted.
Be right
On
back.
my way.
On my way.
On my way.
I'm TPing left.
Okay.
I'm taking.
But's jumped. Oh, my bad for being a bit
I can
too-
honestly dive them here. Does Bassa vault?
I can sprint.
No, no, he doesn't. Right? Yeah,
Just
he doesn't.
tank for me.
Dead.
Yeah, Janos no ult, But's
Oh,
no
what the
ult.
what the fuck?
Yeah, I was 1 HP.
Wash them away. Your right tower is under attack.
Your 2 doesn't do any damage.
Your team
Yeah.
left enemy tower.
Let's see, what next?
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, they just kind of lose 2 towers for that.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Rain shall wash them away.
Enemy missing right.
Can we pull FG? They're moving left side.
Sure.
Sure.
So pull it.
Attack the fire giant.
Germans into left as well. Apollo's in the sky.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Do this probably.
I'm gonna stick some more with the farm now.
Your team has destroyed.
I gave you guys
the
enough.
pyramids.
So far, because of just Apollo, probably should have gone beats this game, to be real. Whatever.
Essential.
Dude, what am I forgetting? I think I'm just forgetting those shifters.
Is preparation meeting opportunity?
Bloodforge is kind of nice here, though. Don't have that much power. I actually wonder how much is this, for reference. Okay.
So we're grouping and going left.
Almost 500, I mean, that's not bad.
Oh, we got this.
Rampage.
There are 4 people in mid.
Who is right?
He's alone.
Let's push left. Push left and mid.
They're all on right side jungle.
I'm a bit of this, sir, but that's fine.
You're ult.
I guess I'll go defend right. I can fight him. No, push left. Push. That's out.
Gun's already gone. I still have a bomb.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Yeah, we are outnumbered now.
I'll just push mid. You guys can
It's
go left.
4v4. It's 4v4.
Oh yeah, true.
Just look for a wall.
Left side Phoenix.
Look after.
Middle enemy Phoenix. Enemy has been slain.
Stance is pushing right. They're chasing him.
Destroyed a right enemy tower.
You blow him up, not left.
Wash them away. Enemy Phoenix.
Well cast. I'm honestly.
Enemy spotted. The pyromancer has arrived.
Mind over mind.
Just heal a little bit.
Enemy has been slain.
No, I missed. Tragic. I mean, I feel we should probably could have just ended here. I had 30 seconds.
I'm still up 14.
Attack the fire giant!
You're lucky.
Can someone get the gold coin for me?
I don't know why he jumped.
Oh,
that
I'm
was
on my
random.
way. I'm moving for the gold.
Thanks.
Not that it almost made a difference.
Yeah,
I just
you
got 30
better
gold extra
go.
anyway.
I'll attack the gold fury.
There's Janus here and Yorm as well. Janus with portal. Oh, he's there as well. Be careful. Turn around. You can.
Your team has destroyed the gold.
I'm fine.
You're so fast. So sad.
Titan! On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What's happened to the warrior Sono, man?
Dude, I don't want to get a one-shot every game though I'm building full tank. That shit sucks.
He's playing Apollo as well.
Enemy has been slain.
Did you try playing Tsuku? No, not yet, because he keeps getting banned by the enemy team. He's been banned every fucking game, man, and it's the same guy banning it. I played 2 games so far and it's been banned, so I want to. Oh yeah, I need to invite adapting. Adapting. Yeah, I'll try and... I do want to play like one Tsukuyomi game myself too. But I guess I'll for the most part see if I can just give it to adapting. Because I kind of want to see it like Tsukuyomi in someone like on someone good, you know? Because mine will be very sloppy. I haven't played him as much as I mentioned. I just want to see him in action. Spend the Odin at least. I'm getting tired of this character. Even though he wasn't in the last game. I dealt with him once today, that's enough. Don't do it, man. Oh my god.
Your god.
Why you? Stop banning it. I'll play Kali. It's this. It is actually the same guy. It's that Livan guy who only plays Janus. He's done the same shit 3 times in a row now. Stop banning the Tsukuyomi, man. I'm begging you. Let people play it. Not to mention, there's a higher chance that he will be easier to deal with than whatever the fuck else adapting is going to play, you know? See, now he's playing Susano. I was reading the chat as well because he said pause. It ended up being Posano. I'm sorry, man. Alright. Let's do this then. What do we got? Yeah, he banned Susano to get counterpicked. Or banned Sugiyama to get counterpicked by Susano. Dude, that's... I just don't get it. You just don't want to deal with a new character. Like, come on, bro. I'm gonna start banning Janus. See how that is. I actually might. If I see Susano being banned next time, I'm banning Janus. Snotty, do I actually think it's OP though? Like, he doesn't have the aspect yet. Surely it's not that OP. You just hate junglers. But I want to play it and I'm a solo laner. Why do you hate me, Snotty? I want to play Tsuku. I don't enter the forest. I just live beside it. No chance, man. Why you gotta ruin all the funds? Huh? Why you gotta ruin the funds? No funds allowed. Taking a day of work just to keep it banned. Dedication. What am I looking at? I think I just gotta go blink. Dude, I might want to try Life Binder. Golly. Is that criminal? I kind of want to try it. I do need to check what I'm actually against. I think I'm against Poseidon, though. Well, it's going to be Poseidon or an ADC, so either way it's going to be pretty shit early. Poseidon, yeah. Definitely tempted, but I think I will... Whoops.
This should do well.
Let's see how it goes. It's a jungle on her. Let's see if he makes it. He still has an okay amount of time. Yeah, he's fine.
Minions have spawned.
He's fine. Now, this is a character that I haven't played in a while. I used to love the Kali when that came out. I played so much of it. This matchup will be very annoying, so I probably have to go Lifebinder if I want to survive this laning phase. It's gonna take a while for an Kali to really get online, so... How the fuck does still reach me, man?
Enemy has been slain.
Falling back.
Poseidon beats.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's fight.
Went for the healing jump. Didn't work. Let's get that tiny bit of healing.
Ultimate is ready.
Your right tower is under attack.
Dude, these little fuckers. So hard to see at times. He's going for the tower away, he's backing.
Is he actually backing?
Yeah, he backed. No, he's coming behind actually, he's coming in now. Never mind, he's still here.
I can maybe get him.
I guess he knew you were there.
It's fine. I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah, that's fine, I'll go blue.
He's on this. I can poke at him.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
I'm coming to red.
I'm here.
I think Janus, that's Janus all down, right?
Has been slain.
Yeah.
Let's just get Polly now.
Ally has been slain.
I'll take an early kill though, that helps me a lot, but now it's be careful. Without my ult, I don't really have counterplay into Kraken.
ultimate down!
On my way.
Ready. Enemy missing right.
I mean, this should spawn.
Incoming run.
Martina killed me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bacchus TPing behind you, boys.
On my way!
Couldn't really risk stopping him. If I jump him, he just kills me.
Enemy missing middle. Enemies incoming left.
Your left tower is under attack.
Don't think I can out-secure him here. Some good poke, though.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll also just take an ult. I'm completely fine with that.
All attack.
Ja, testa den allt.
Rain shall wash them away.
Wait, did they
Hey, mid
remove,
tower.
did they remove the buffed up minions before they reach a tower? Does that mean proxying is back? Uh-oh.
Left leg. On my way.
I might be cooked here. That's 3 people in, right?
That's out.
Enemy has been slain.
Suddenly, everyone is here.
Right tower is under attack.
Sucks that we still... I guess he got 1v1'd before the rest of them showed up. Tragic. I guess I should just try to back. I'm sad the one minion actually saw me. I didn't think I was gonna get spotted. Poseidon getting that kill. Not ideal for me.
Your right tower is under attack.
All attack. All attack.
How does he always know, dude? That's so weird. Like, how does he actually always know when I'm coming or when someone is rotating on him? Literally every single time. It's like he always saw adapting rotate as well when he was ganking early on. This game pisses me off, man. Yep. It sure does.
Be right back.
I'm coming over. If you can live. I think not right.
Kraken down, Baka's ult down.
The rain shall wash them away.
Bucket is running after you.
Yana's ult down as well.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing.
Let's grab this early, actually.
Gang.
Yeah, I mean, farming is king, you know? Kills don't give you that much in Smite 2. They've tried to adjust it here and there, but for the most part, farming is absolutely king.
Enemy missing left.
My wave. Where did it go? Dude, he just knows, bro.
Hit.
Doesn't matter if he knows, though.
Help. Needed. Enemy open down. Enemy ultimate down.
Ultimate is ready.
Oh boy, do I like that heal. It's a pretty nice heal.
Is under attack. On my way. Enemy spotted.
The rain shall wash them away.
I think I might just leave this tower. So fuck it. That's exactly what I'll do.
Right tower is under attack.
Honor could still be around. I don't want to risk it. Combined with the fact that my ult's down, so.
Enemy missing right.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
It's not dead.
Ward the gold fury.
Guys, go gold. They're all here.
They fought well.
Yes, attack the gold fury.
I'm coming.
He's 60%.
Is he TPing?
I don't think Giannis did. I couldn't see him at least.
Enemy
You're
has
back.
been slain.
Enemy missing right.
Surely we are getting gold there. Yes.
Rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Save yourself.
I can't believe Poseidon was literally
Does
1
boss
HP.
have Kraken?
He cracked me at least, but it might be low cooldown. He does have a lot of cooldown already.
Missing enemies incoming right. Enemy spotted.
Speeds. I have attack speed. Yay.
Double kill.
Follow your heart.
Kali without attack speed just feels so wrong.
Athena coming?
Your left tower is under attack. Your right enemy tower.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Meet me in the bush, Naughty. I'll be waiting.
Left.
Beware the shifting sands. Beware the shifting sands.
Ultimate is ready.
I think I'm good.
I can't help you guys, alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
On my way. Cancel that.
I was here, didn't see Janos, I left. I mean, you're giving me mixed signals though, Nectora. You're telling me you don't want to see my Janos, right? The last 2 times I've played it. Then you get mad if I don't play Janos? It's like a toxic relationship. I can't win.
Whatever.
Enemies in left lane.
Attack me.
Enemy missing right.
He's a bit. Okay.
Mortal, like me.
Immoral, like me. Can we just go fire?
This time we go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fabuloso.
Ultimate is ready.
Yeah, we're good.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Yes.
Can you just ult us, Athena? Poseidon is coming in.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Good imp.
Attack the gold fury.
Enemies in left lane.
Take left lane.
Two of them are just 1 HP. That's my bad, I should not try to help. Bacchus and Cupid are like really low. And Kraken is down. Fuck, I shouldn't have gone in. I thought Bacchus and Cupid were alone. Didn't expect the rest of them.
Your right tower is under attack.
I ulted did not do as much damage to Bacchus as I kind of hoped I would. Surprisingly, it's still really tanky. despite me having a lot of items and rod.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Hey, Sal, is appreciated, man. Happy to hear it.
Enemy has been slain.
Appreciate the kind words. And I do hope people still find me chill, because I do have some off days sometimes where I kind of let myself go a bit.
They hit like a baby. Need healing.
Ugh, life binder.
Need healing. Beware the shifting sand. All
Ska vi tanka Tina?
Destroyed a middle tower.
Rupa!
Hey, Wolfie, appreciate the raid, man. I hope you got to play some Tsukuyomi, unlike me, where I just get banned every game in ranked. By the same guy. Played like 6 games with Tsuku, nice man. What do you think? Thoughts? Is he OP? Is he shit? He seems pretty okay to me though. But I need to see him in an actual game first. Play casuals? Yeah. Yeah, I noticed. I did check a stream before I went live to see if that was a queue to snipe. Just go pen. I mean, I feel like this is worse than ever, though. Usually the new god will be allowed a few times until they realize, okay, he's gonna be OP. And then they ban it, right? But so far in my games, he hasn't even been let through a single time. Usually people will just, you know, let him be open like 1 or 2 games. Maybe I was just late to the party, but motherfucker's been banned. Also, I think there's just too much other shit to ban. I wouldn't ban it personally. But I also haven't seen it in play, so... Maybe it is the most busted thing in existence.
enemy missing. Enemy spotted.
Dude, I swear to God, Poseidon always knows where I am. Maybe I'm paranoid, but, you know.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Middle lane!
I want to look for one of the mages. Guess he backed.
Attack the gold fury!
Your left phoenix is under attack.
I'll defend left lane. Okay!
Janus beats.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
I'll attack the gold fury!
Cancel that. Ward the fire giant.
Once again, it really does feel like they always have vision on me. It's weird. Okay. Wow. I see a wall of text over there. think Tsuku is good. I don't know if we should say OP. We shall see what the aspect does. Aspect sounds like it will be OP. But yeah, we'll ultimately have to wait and see.
Enemy missing.
Dude, I got confused. I thought Valerian was AFK, it didn't attack, and then I got krakened. Like, I was trying to be nice. I was absolutely fucking punished for that.
On my way.
I feel like it might be really
I have
strong.
Magas.
Based on practice, I went into practice mode before I started playing. I tested both the strength and int version of him. I do think int is way better. Based on just the numbers that I was able to put out, late game is obviously different, right? It's like Kali is a good example. Kali, you're kind of disabling her early game by going int, but her late game is going to be way better. Oh, like way better. Maybe not way better, but it's going to be, you know, very good. That being said, I was thinking maybe Tsuku is the same thing. I don't know how good his early game is going to be with int.
Oh, sorry.
Played Tsuku int into Tsuku's strength on solo. I was losing early. Yeah, that makes sense. Like on Kali as well. Like I'm giving up my early game in solo by going for an int Kali like I did this game. But once I'm actually online, I'll just be able to fight very easily. I mean, granted, I won my lane because I'm into Poseidon here anyway, but... And I wouldn't have been able to fight him if he went Lifebinder. Like I would usually do on Poseidon. Lifebinder is just too powerful.
On my way. On my way.
Wash them away.
Ow. That shit still reached me.
Enemy has been slain.
Destroy the left enemy tower.
Fuck, dude, go away! Yeah, let's chill, man. I'm gonna get sniped too, aren't I? What is this game? I think the enemy team is just kind of giving up a little bit. Dude, I'm looking out for this snipe. Titan, don't do it. I want to try and get him. Not enough damage in the fountain. Guess VVS is tilted. I mean, he did just have like one teammate just kind of going in and die, and then another one, you know. After that, like even if it's just two of them, we could probably just end it off of that. Or like force anything. I mean, in reality, it's surprising that they haven't just surrendered, with adapting being like 20-1. Don't think VVS tilts in ranked. I don't think I've seen him really like actually tilt either. He just gives up. VVS always tries on my team. I think he likes me. And that's okay, I like him too. Alright, let's see. Is fourth time the charm? is it? Oh shit, we have the Snotster as well? Holy moly. Sick, didn't get the Q. That sucks. I guess it's... I mean, this is a pretty high, like, Q. Like, this is a, like, deity... Almost deity-only Q, isn't it? It's a bad Q? Oh, okay, that sucks.
Waarschijnlijk.
Don't do it. I'm picking the Janus myself. Good.
Select your god.
I'll do a Modred game then. Let's create some space for the Tsukuyomi and let's see how it goes. I'll do an actual tank game for once. You play it, I want to see it. I'm sorry, man. I kind of promised to give it to Adapting the first time. He really wanted it to, and I want to see it in good hands. Like, Adapting is streaming as well, so if you really want to see some high-tier Tsukuyomi gameplay, I obviously recommend going to Adapting, because my Tsukuyomi is sloppy as fuck, and it's going to be in solo. It's going to be different. But, dude, did Mulan get buffed? Dude, can someone give me the fucking patch notes? Do they exist anywhere? I'm checking the website again. I want to see the patch notes. Why are they hiding from me? I have a link. Nice, man. Give it to me. I'll drink it up. Dodging, by the way? No, man. I need you on ADC in this game. Because I will die as a frontline every single team fight. Alright, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm skipping the Tsukuyomi parts. Let me just skim through it real fast, and then in the next queue I can potentially go through it a bit slower. Fire imps are now considered bosses? I mean, I don't know what that really means. But that explains why Kurnos keeps making noises when I kill them. So basically this is more approachable for solo laners, less required by the junglers. So it's more of a solo lane thing to go for fire imps now, but they also obviously have been nerfed in terms of XP and gold, but not by that much. I mean, it's still very good. Interesting. Alright. Have a nice shower, Woofy. Okay, I'll go through this in the next queue. There's no time.
Have fun.
Delight in the madness.
Delight in the madness. Kinda tempted to maybe go for warriors in this game. And go real tanky, you know? Like giga tanky. It just kinda sucks. It will nerf my damage quite a bit early on. If I do that. Yeah. That's the vibes I'm getting. Maybe I go for multi-pods as a result. I want to try this actually.
Of everything.
Of everything. Should be okay with Bluestone. Or with Blue Buff, I should say. I think I'll be fine. As long as I don't ability spam too much. But we'll see. I'm into Mulan, so I definitely do want to fight early on, while I have the upper hand.
Minions have spawned.
Let's clear that real fast and go and hit his flag. No flags allowed.
Take this jungle, no problem. Enemy missing middle. On your way. Nice job.
We can maybe fight here. We can fight here.
This is also a good test. I obviously don't know what the Mulan buffs are. Oh, oh, what a lag spike that was.
Come to me, come to me.
As I was trying to say, this is a good test to see how good
fight
her
him?
early game is, despite the buffs, even without really knowing what they are. Because Mordred is like one of the biggest lane bullies early on.
Be careful.
Actually, let me grab this
Down.
back camp first.
Enemy missing middle.
Yes.
He does kind of have that tankiness advantage at this point. With an actual item on him.
Be careful, right. Enemy missing middle.
Gank. Ultimate
Ultimate
is
is
ready.
down. Ultimate is down. On my way. First blood.
I don't have my own yet. Suddenly just a lot of people there. Suddenly, a lot of fucking people. But at least it is impossible to lose my blue as long as my center is up.
On my way. On my way.
Blade shall wash them away.
We'll question what we think what I think the buffs are. I mean, I don't fucking know. How would I know? I don't even know all the ability names. When it comes to the technical stuff of Smite, I'm pretty stupid. I know how to play the game, but that's kind of as far as it goes.
Retreat! On my way! Ultimate is down!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain! The ultimate down!
I got his ult. That's all I wanted. He's still here if you want to dive.
I have ult, sure.
I might have him.
Oh, nice.
Centuries of waiting. I will not be denied.
Enemy missing.
I'll just go Neiman early, because there's so many items I'm gonna need this game, because I have to go Spectral because of Merc. I don't think I have space for regrowth. So I need some other cooldown item, which probably is gonna end up being Freya's.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy missing. Enemy ultimate down. Completed.
For now, I'll just have to rely on this. Damn it, the heal he got from his 2 actually saved him. I was trying to get close enough for my mystical mail to do his thing as well, but...
Ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Tsuku is indeed out. He's been banned in all my games until this one. And so I gave it to Adapting, because I decided I want to see it in some of Good's hands. We'll see how it goes. Like, this is a good queue. He's into Dark as well, so he's also against the jungler that, I guess, knows how to deal with it and play it themselves, you know? So no matter how this game really plays out, I'm interested to see what happens.
Hit like a baby.
Your right tower is under attack.
Rain shall wash them away. Nice job. Also,
Your right tower.
I'm getting that salted. That's something mid, that's something mid.
Yeah, I got plucked as well, that sucks. That sucks. I was trying to see if I could bait. Didn't realize Danza was gonna be here too. It's just unfortunate. Damage Ymir nerf. Yeah, I mean he does do a lot of damage.
Your right tower is
I still
under
think
attack.
Ymir is pretty strong. We just haven't seen it as much in ranked recently.
Your right tower is under attack.
Am I in range for this? No. Never is.
Enemy missing!
No, I was just about to win them.
I can defend right.
They're both somewhat low. Or well, not Merc, but Mulan had to back. Let's just grab Sash or Lash next. Damn it! Time to ward. Should have just placed the one ward that I had.
Is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Get him, Snot. Get him.
On my way.
Does Merc have ult?
I think so, yeah.
Enemy
On my way.
Mulan has no ult or blink though.
Does he have Aegis?
Let's use it for the heal. I'm not gonna stack up with the minions. Stop.
Damn it.
Be careful. Middle.
Herald is such a
Merc's
cool
gonna
one.
come behind you guys.
Aegis Merc. Just sucks. We're just one man down at all times, it feels like.
Under attack.
You can't blow me out this quickly.
Ult him! Oh my god. Just ult on the stun, bro. Oh well. That is both Aegis on Merc as well as Akate though.
Enemy ultimate.
I can already see how frustrating my late game is going to be into their team comp. I'm just gonna be thrown around and CC'd.
Is under attack.
It's Danza with non-aspect as well, so he's just gonna fucking throw the 2 down. Like, being melee into their comp is gonna be real frustrating. So big for the Giga Peel as well.
On my way.
So it's kind of the same for a Mulan though, into our team comp, but He does have full level on me after everything, which really sucks.
Do we defend?
Team has destroyed the gold fury.
Let's see if I can maybe get tower. I assume he has TP, but let's try anyway.
Enemy missing right. Be careful, middle. Okay.
Time to try and ward gold or fire.
Oh, he's the wrong team.
Enemy missing.
The rain shall wash them away.
Milan coming up behind as well, boys.
Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower. On my way. Be ready.
I'm coming mid.
They will not get away. Not again.
Enemy has been slain.
Try to FG, guys.
Yep, I'll go straight there.
Holy boys.
You have my forgiveness for now.
I don't have Sunder for this though.
Can you stun him, Agni?
Did you root it?
Rain shall wash them away. Thunderbolts of
Milan
They're
will be coming
spawning. I don't
in.
know if this is there time.
I'm not sure. She might have Sunder too.
Damage is decent. We have no Sanders though.
That's her ult.
Just get out. Take that, take that, G.
Your team has destroyed the pirates. How wicked.
Yeah, there's a lot of items I want on Mordred, like regrowth, but because of Spectral, I have to remove something. So it just ended up having to be regrowth. And regrowth is still an item I'm debating is even worth it on Mordred, because he's just the heal is so unreliable to get off in a teamfight. Or like not necessarily unreliable, but I'm sacrificing damage for it, you know. So far from what I can tell though, Tsukuyomi seems like he seems okay early, but he seems really good late game, because that's why his like the long range poke starts really being able to make a difference, you know. On Merc.
Wash them away.
Nice. That kind of just escalated real fast.
Victory.
I think regrowth is like it's okay on Mordred. If I see someone build it, I'm not gonna think it's troll at least, because I think you can definitely make it work. But it's a bit awkward on him. I think maybe that's the best way to put it. It's just awkward to use. Because if you start go for it second, I think if you go Mystical Mail, usually this is where I would put regrowth, because the item is so nice for extra sustain and movement speed that Mordred kind of uses really well. I only went Nemia in this game early because I knew that I once again had to go Spectral, which was going to be my next item into this Merc. But if I didn't have Spectral, I probably still would have gone regrowth, and then just get Nemia in sometime like 5th or 6th item instead. But I knew I needed Nemia earlier rather than later on that one. I'm guessing the enemy team. Guess we'll ban the Aladdin though.
Select your god.
I'll be a disgusting Wukong player. I do have to get him Radiant, so I have to do what I have to do, man. What if we're getting a good Wukong skin? Probably will eventually. Don't actually want to spend any gold on this one. Your shop sucks, sir. I'm out. I do need more shivs. Like a lot more shivs. Yeah, the Dark Lords on Wukong would be really cool. This is maybe like a weird skin, because I don't think a lot of people really liked it, but the one we had was green and bald. I really like the green effects on that skin. That was the one I always used. And it had like a voice actor on that skin that I really like. In J. Michael Tatum. But that's obviously a bit more niche, and sometimes I will like a skin just because I really appreciate the voice actor. I'm sure most people know J. Michael Tatum though, because fuck, I forgot his name for some reason. He was the commander in Attack on Titan. It's one of his more known roles. I think I just go beat still. Yeah, I'm into Thor as well. I like the Dark Lord one as well, though. I don't really mind it, but it's obviously very clearly just like a, it's a Sith Lord, right? It's the same thing with the Zeus one. I really like the Zeus one, actually. That's the skin I would use. Not a Sith Lord. Alright, alright. Let's get technical here. Give it to me. I'm not a big Star Wars nerd. You can lay it on me. Enlighten me. Shows might, my bad boys. There we go. Legally distinct Sith Lord. Yeah, I mean, they already did, right? They already did with the Mortal Kombat skin. No, that wasn't Disney, but that was just the Warner Brothers instead.
Minions have spawned.
But yeah, you're right. It's not a Sith Lord. It's a Dark Lord, guys. Get it straight. I do need them to make some more interesting, like, frontline attack speed items, so you actually want to use the aspect with the attack speed, because I think that shit is really good. Like, no joke. The Wukong attack speed aspect is actually not bad, but there is zero reason to go for attack speed and a frontline currently in Smite. Unless you have a heal, then yes, you go Vital Lamp, but I don't have a heal, so the ult doesn't count. Bro, go away. I don't want to fight. Or do I want to fight? Maybe I do.
I'm
You've made an elf smile today. Spotted.
Bird activated.
Be careful, right?
Be careful, right?
Let the bonking commence.
The vista amigo.
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away.
Screw the farm. I'm going for bonks.
Spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
On my way.
Yeah, that's done.
Enemy missing left.
No!
I'm here.
I'm out of mana. I can't really
Tsuku's
fight.
coming. It's fine. Just get out. Tsuku with me.
I'll try and TP back.
I got the buff.
Nice. Thor all down as well. I saw it in the back. Unless that's a visual glitch, which happens sometimes. I assume that was a Thor ult. Which means there is potential for a kill here.
Enemy missing.
Is he here? I'm gonna dive. Never mind, I missed. Stay alive. Oh, nice.
Good thing I don't need to waste my ult.
Cancel that.
I don't think so.
Be careful! On my way!
Enemy has been slain.
Great.
Would they have to ban Tsuku instead of Aladdin? Really?
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I suppose I could see it. Like, strength items and junglers in general right now are very powerful. And not to mention Hydra is just by far one of the best. Well, not by far, I guess. But it's usually the one you start with in terms of itemization. And that item is so fucking good on him. I definitely see it. I'll be interested to see how much in Tsuku we'll see, though. I'll definitely do that in solo, because I'm building it for late game. But I suppose we'll see. I fucking missed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, ally has been slain.
The ultimate down!
On my way. On my way.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing middle!
The rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
If I had mana, I'd chase that.
Enemy missing!
Thor roll down. Yeah, Osiris comes after Xbalanque. And then after that, I believe there is rumors about it being a completely new god. Who has been rumored to be Baldur, but I don't know. It's just what a chatter told me a while ago. I'm actually in some weird way looking a little bit forward to Osiris. He might be fun. Stay back until my ult's back up.
Where is he? It's a beat.
Is no problem. I'll defend middle lane.
Tsuku ult down. Damn, my ult was up so soon. I'm actually sad. That would have been so clutch if I could ult in time.
And nothing left.
And the sun has hit me as usual. Go away.
If you have much, you can ult him.
Thor's going damage too, dude. It's gonna be the easiest matchup of all time. Into a Thor, which is going aspect. Like an aspect and then full damage.
The wall's down.
On my way.
On my way. On my way.
Enemy spotted!
might make me an easy target now. That's a solo at least.
Your right tower is under attack.
Need healing.
Enemy missing.
Behind us. Ultimate is down.
I can fight.
Your left tower is under attack.
We're stronger, for sure.
You've made an elf smile today.
No vision on Thor, he might TP.
Ultimate is ready.
Don't be glum. It's no problem.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemies incoming right. Coming right.
I think I'm still okay here.
I bid you goodbye.
Enemy missing.
Tsuku could be left.
Yeah, I think he is. Thor's
Can't
playing
dive
up.
you.
Thor is still looking like he wants to dive. That's his hammer down. I don't think he's gonna do it now.
Okay, we can chill then.
I'm TPing mid as well.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy has been slain.
Vanish into the night.
And not back in again.
That's Tsuku beats down. We can mid tower you and me, Baron.
Circuit would be so powerful in Smite 2, dude. I feel like she would.
Never
Especially
mind,
because of
never
the ultimate and just the nature of her, the anti-healing. We don't really have that many gods that just negate anti-healing outside of Odin and Smite right now. In Smite 2.
I'm gonna go right. Careful mid.
She would be kind of huge for
Okay, I
the
guess I'm
meta.
coming actually.
I want Erlang, but
I
in solo.
forgot.
You don't want him in jungle. That's fair.
I bid you goodbye.
Erlang might be a character I would enjoy more now. Because my mindset is just different than how I play. But I didn't really like him in Smite 1. Oh, he's getting tanky.
Be right back.
Maybe tanky is the wrong word.
Be careful, middle.
Oops. That did so much damage to me too. Was it just a tower shot?
Your left tower is under attack.
I can kill this one left, I think.
That's hammer.
I don't know if I reach. Oh man, he walked into me.
What a nice guy.
Really.
Your right tower is under attack.
My horrific.
Let's do the pyro here.
I'm doing this and then we're gonna power. Thor's gonna flank, I think. Thor might ult.
I
I don't think we do this.
Be right back.
Alright, Woofy, have a nice one. Always a pleasure to see you. What is that item even? It is a protection item.
We're gonna pull gold
He's
if we
going
do it, I
towards
think,
blue.
but... Coming left. If you make him ult, I can still kill him. Where is he?
That's his ult.
Could you stop FG?
Yeah, I'll come up the tower. Not to make it just too obvious for them.
Retreat! Okay.
I have to kill Achilles.
Thor here as well.
Behind you guys.
Thor hammered in.
I'm dead.
Roofer! Be careful left.
Dude, if I just had fucking mana.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower.
If I had mana, I'd kill at least the Achilles. I just couldn't ability spam anymore. Needed enough mana for my ult.
Be right back.
This has to be so fun with Thor, dude. I feel like he is so mad. He absolutely hates me for playing this character. Though, to be fair, he is missing a lot of stuff. Like, I think this is a good matchup for the most part for Thor. Anything that has, like, a long-range CC into the Mage Wukong generally should win the matchup. Until he starts overpoking, you know? Which is gonna happen very soon.
Be careful middle!
On my way.
Enemies in right lane!
Alright. Pen online. Go for Rod next.
Be careful middle, please!
On my way.
Someone, I guess.
Honor her 1 HP.
Enemy has been slain.
He ulted in, he ulted in.
Middle enemy tower.
The rain shall wash them away.
Group up.
Fuck.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
I don't think you guys can get Phoenix.
Yeah, that's solid at least.
Just play for getting ready for gold.
Defend the gold fury.
Well, hello there.
I'm TPing over. Nah, we're fine.
The pyro
You just do it.
has arrived.
He's just not Tsuku. I'm
This is
trying,
group into
man.
Pyro.
I'm trying to get him, but he's either banned all the time, or though the one time I could have played it, I did kind of give it away to adapting. But next time I get it, I will play it myself. We'll see if that happens today, though. Because I'm gonna build something I haven't seen anyone else build, which is id. Where's the id Tsukuyomis? Nowhere. They don't exist.
Honor's backing. We can push left maybe. Why are we putting it next round?
Didn't even see Achilles behind us. I got fucking executed.
Be right back.
I believe that was Tsuku beats as well.
Yeah, it was.
Right tower is under attack.
The Inters are probably in lower ranks. You sure? I think they're everywhere. Maybe they're just shy today. Int has to be broken on him. I think it is late game. I think you have to look at it the same way as Aladdin and Kali. It is really good if you can get to late game. But there is that big, like, can you actually make it? Because you're gonna have very little pressure early on.
Soul's just gonna push right, so let's just FG, I guess. Okay, you hold right when you spawn.
Yeah, I'll go right.
Tower is under attack.
No, Scylla just go fire.
Yeah, Soul can fire, please.
Your right tower is under attack.
Can you just run at the Baron? I mean, at the Achilles Baron. I'm gonna bomb it. Stop DPS, stop DPS.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
I'm just gonna push left. You guys can push mid. You need me to TP right?
No, I think I'm good.
I'll TP anyway, if you can chase him. Don't let him...
Yeah, he's
Don't
here.
let
He's
him
in the
back.
gold camp. In the bush.
Wash them away. What's up, light?
I bid you you're welcome.
Do the enhanced auto scale off int? I'm actually not sure. Because it differs from each character what autos they scale off of. Like, Mordred is still the weirdest to me. Depending on which hand he is hitting you with, a sword, I guess, they like one scales with strength, one scales with int, and it's fucking weird. So I don't know what the enhanced Tsuku autos actually scale with. I imagine it's strength, though, if I had to guess. That being said, who fucking knows? Zeus's autos as well, once the passive kicks in, is suddenly ability damage. So I don't fucking know, man. It could be anything at this point. Hopefully it says so on the ability itself, maybe. Did you read the notes? No, I did not. Because our Q popped too fast. Let's see if I can pull it up here. Where are you? Wait, actually, where is it? There it is. Why can you not see it? There we go. Okay. So yeah, this is as far as I got before. Let's see. Yeah, that's the thing. Polly will do really well. All of the proc items as well, just because of the long range poke, is going to do really well. He scales quite well with int, so I will go int on him if I get him for so long. It's going to very much play like a mage, so you're going to have to give up most of the early game probably, like you would on someone like Wukong or Kali or whatever the fuck, Aladdin. So yeah, imps have been nerfed to be more easily sold by solo laners. I don't really mind this. Sounds good to me. Jungle monsters adjusted when they can attack with 3 attacks. Okay, so that's just some adjustment as well. Fix the Ares bug, yeah, so that you can still pull like bots and stuff, even though they were displacement immune. That obviously was unintentional. Fixed. Willic's being buffed, that's good. Yeah, it seems fine to me. It's a good little start. Scourge now probably tagged as a healing ability. That should progress. Yeah. Oh, wait, what? Hardwood. Huh, that's interesting. Okay. I still have to try hardwood at some point on Thanatos. Dark light. Oh shit, I'm banning. It's fine, you guys can read the patch notes for me while I'm banning. Patch feels pretty lackluster, does it? I'm curious what makes you say that. So far, it feels pretty much the same to me.
Select your god.
Probably the lack of luster. Genius. I don't know what to play, man. I'll do CERN again. Okay. Yanis, we are decreasing the cost. That's probably good. Wait, what? Are we just buffing Yanis? Bro. I think he was completely fine, man. Okay, if this bug fixing, that's good though. If it's interesting. So the max distance scaling has been upped. Fixing the issue with bonuses from items like Rod were not contributing to this projectile's damage. I mean, sure, that's good, but are we also buffing it while doing that though? Isn't it just gonna fucking one tap, you know? I'm surely we didn't need to do this. I think Giannis was just fine. Now we will actually have the issues of Giannis one-shotting you. How the hell does Rod not apply? It's a good question. Dude, Giannis might be a fucking menace now. As someone who's been leveling an ult, Giannis is picked or banned in every game. I'm gonna have to deal with this shit on my ult now. I'm gonna lose a game, even though I am 10 times better than anyone in the match, but I'm gonna get one shot by a long range Giannis ult. It's gonna happen. Yorm, buff and fix. What the fuck is immovable? Is that his passive? I don't play Yorm. This means nothing to me. Yes, okay. Okay, so he's just getting a bit small buffs. I think that's fine. He's still gonna be a fucking menace in lane though. Fixing the issue with his ability was not going to max range, if not on. You guys remember when I played him on launch and I said it felt like his ult had no range? Maybe this was why. Maybe that's why. Interesting. And here's the Mulan buffs. Training ground, so that is the flag, right? Okay. I mean, that is pretty good. I still just don't like it though. I don't like the flag on Mulan. It feels really awkward. I don't like having an extra consumable that just randomly appears in my... The issue is, as a solo laner, you usually have Chalice, and at some point you want a ward. But there's a fucking flag making it so I can't... I mean, you can just throw it out, right? But that just feels unsatisfying too. I can't win. You can't win. I'm going Aegis this game.
I'm building stacks.
So, am I seeing this right? Oh no, it's... Okay, it's Tsuku mid. So that's gonna be an int Tsuku, maybe. Maybe I will finally see the int Tsuku in mid. And I'm against an Apollo again, dude? Again? Why can't I meet something else when I play CERN? CB, what the fuck? It's the second time today I'm playing CERN as melee and I'm meeting an Apollo. It's like an impossible matchup. Mulan top pick. The flag at least seems useful now. I think that's a positive. What is Divine Mastery? Is that her... Oh, I guess that's the ult. That makes sense, actually. That's actually a big, like, late game damage buff. Not bad. Oh shit. The game is starting. Yeah, so the Mulan ult at level 5 goes from 375 to 540. Like, not bad. Oh my god, I am gonna Aegis that one auto. Worth.
There is much to learn.
I need to stop reading the patch notes and actually play the game. Just all my pots gone. Might have to just do an early back. Yeah, happy late birthday, Deathwalker. I heard from Wolfie. Mine's coming up pretty soon as well. The big 30.
Enemy missing.
Oh my god. There is an invisible man in my lane too.
Gank right lane. Your left tower is under attack.
Oh. What can you do?
Enemy missing right. Your middle tower. is
Bruh,
under
leave.
attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Yes, Chalice.
Retreat. Enemies behind us. Be right back.
Guess I'm back in again, boys.
Your left tower is under attack. Okay.
Or am I? No, I'm not. I want to bait. Loki's in right. And there's no TPs yet.
Your left tower is under attack.
Is he in solo?
He is in the gold camp.
If he comes up, I can kill him.
Yeah, I'll see if I can bait. I'm pretty low on mana.
I think I heard the jungler here. Yeah, jungler's here, just play back.
Alright. We're zoning. We're really zoning.
Enemy missing.
I just need this wave. I think I'll get enough gold. I should get enough gold.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Perfect.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemy spotted.
This pig really does not do much until you finish Vital Lamp. Essentially, gets owned when your opponent gets brawlers. Anything that has a heal
Into the breach. Your left tower.
and Vital Lamp is gonna get shit on the second you have Contagion and brawlers.
The rain shall wash them away.
I would say Contagion is worse than brawlers to deal with. That shit still does an unnecessary amount of damage.
Very strong. Do not wonder strong.
Bye.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Apollo is just one of those characters that any melee just hates dealing with. You finally got close enough. Oh, you got missed? Oh, he's the same range as he was before you got missed? That's great. Cool. Just resets the fucking exchange. It's a good pig into CERN, though.
Missing middle. Cancel that.
Can't deny it.
All gank middle lane.
Paul beats.
I'm coming, sorry. I didn't pay attention.
That's his ult.
This is alt. Whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll just see if I could get it in.
Right.
Look is here too.
At least he died for it, but he did just kind of rotate. Got an easy kill.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Can't really do much about it. Maybe
You
I
have
can
TP
grab
for mid?
a blue buff though.
I'll defend middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful right.
Your right tower
Enemy
is under attack.
spotted. Enemy spotted. On my way.
Onslaught into the breach.
I missed my tune! No, dude! Ah, I suck ass! Why, dude? That stings. Nothing wrong with that.
Tower is under attack.
Everything wrong with that. Bad ages too. I'm trying to buy time. Should have ages earlier.
All gank middle lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left.
The rest of their team comp is so much easier to deal with too. It's just this Apollo.
Be careful right, please.
A bountiful hunt. Another beast falls. A bountiful hunt.
Your right tower is under attack.
Apollo beats again. Yeah, I gotta stop fighting him. Dude, they have to fix this Fenrir cam. I can't spectate Fenrir, I'm getting a headache.
Be right back. Enemy ultimate down.
Your left
my way.
I think, once again, once I have Vital Lamp, I can fight him, but I need to stop actually dying to him now. If he gets too big of a level lead, I can't fight him anymore. I just don't have the sustain and the attack speed to do as much damage as he does right now.
Your right tower is under attack.
But I'm getting close.
Enemy missing left. The forest runs rampant.
I'll attack middle lane.
Yes.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing left.
On my way. Be careful. Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
Your right tower is under attack.
Wait, who did my oracles?
Oh, I apologize sincerely. The forest runs rampant.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Tank left lane.
Enemy missing. Cancel that. Retreat.
Okay.
Another beast falls.
Storm in the lane.
A bountiful hunt. Another beast falls.
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
The pyromancer has arrived.
He has a ward here for sure.
Enemy spotted.
I don't think we can do anything to him. They're gonna go gold maybe.
Ultimate is down.
Apollo ulting to mid.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy. Wash them away.
Need healing.
Enemy has been slain.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy ultimate down.
Just super shit.
Most excellent.
So you are capable of some things.
Enemy ultimate down.
Is speed up?
No.
Sad.
Alright, that helps me at least against the kills. You just get a vital and they have no chance. It helps a lot at least. Like, they do have a chance, but
The Titan.
like this character just doesn't do much without vital.
Completed.
That's fine. Just let him be.
I'm over it.
Be careful middle. On my way. Enemies in right
He's
lane.
building units.
Follow me.
Such a sad state of affairs.
Careful mid, I'm just gonna push left, boys.
They hit like a babe.
Let's see if I can grab a quick tower. I imagine Power probably still has ult.
Enemy missing
enemies here.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
No, they're 1 HP both.
That's so sad.
Such a sad state of affairs.
I don't believe it. I should have had you, Berserkers!
Tower is under attack.
You were the chosen item! Where were you when I needed you?
Enemy missing middle. Sorry.
I'll attack.
Bro, don't go into the fucking thorns. Bruh. Let me look at Fenrir with his fish lens. Yeah. It's the shifters. I mean, I cooked there, but I didn't cook hard enough, apparently. At least I would have gotten 1 kill. If I cooked hard enough.
Sorry.
Can we get mid tower?
Attack middle tower.
Yes.
I'm going for it.
Poor Artemis. I'm on my way mid as well.
Enemy has been slain. Fabuloso! Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
That's unfortunate.
Enemy missing right. Such a sad state of affairs.
This is going a bit weird.
You rock harder than a thwomp toad.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, this cam. I can zoom it further in. Let's go, dude. Let's go. It's like the cam in God of War now.
Tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
Well, look at this cinematic Fenrir point of view.
Down.
Where are we looking though?
We got mid tower?
Yes.
Attack middle tower.
Enemy ultimate.
Yeah, watch this. Oh my god.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Mine.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a right in your
Just
middle
always
tower
late to the
is under
fight.
attack.
Attack right lane. No trouble at all.
Yes.
And Paul is getting so many of these kills.
Okay. On my way.
Enemy missing
Scylla does
middle.
have Sunder though.
Way. Yes.
It's fine. We can just rip it, see what happens. They're kind of whipped in mid. There could be 3 kills fast.
Low kill down.
Yes. Be right back. Enemy ultimate.
I have malt.
On my way.
I need to get some farm. I'm going back left. This constant farming is kind of making me not farm as much. Paul is getting kills in his rotations. I'm not, resulting in me just not getting shit.
Bye.
Fare thee well. Gaze right way. On my way. Attack! Attack!
On my way. Ultimate is ready. Okay, okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Apollo ult into gold.
Bye.
I obviously can't be there.
Has arrived. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
It's gonna ult back to me.
Enemy incoming. Retreat right lane.
No, oh, come on.
Go with the staff, G. You and me.
Giant.
Sure, let's go for it.
Attack the fire giant.
Okay, they're gonna TP, I think.
Just run out the Tsuku buckets, please.
Scylla does have Sunder.
We have Sunder.
Yeah, I've seen as well.
I do have my ult, I can try and time it. Nice, if you can't just get out, those who can. If you can. I was staying on fire the whole time. Their comp is so rough to deal with, man.
They go.
It's so rough. I might go for like anemia in this game. With the comp that they have. Let's just do that. That was doubtful. We had to go for it. We're already kind of losing everywhere, so getting that fire giant at least delays it, so we can at least use it to farm. Catch back up.
I think they're coming right.
Because once we're even in XP, I think our comp is better. But right now, our mid and our ADC is just behind. They're doing a pretty good job of just taking all our farm.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy ultimate incoming. On my way.
I definitely need more attack speed. My last item has to be dedicated to some attack speed.
I'll pull ulting. Can we kill him?
Root it.
I have to back. Good luck.
Oh, yeah, ult is zoning us. We can't get in there. Yeah, just fall back.
Does Tsuku have ult?
No.
Oh, we can grid on them.
Will you dash?
Oh, he is out of
Will you
position in
dash?
between.
I can get him, I can get him. Just play your life.
Opportunity is knocking.
Jeez.
So you are capable of some things, huh?
Well, we're getting a little bit.
Your left tower is under attack.
Group up.
Farm. Actual XP. Finally. It's also the thing, I don't have blink, which means it's so hard for me to get close. Like, I have to just... I have to land my 2. For them to just stay still for a little while so I can catch up to them. This character without blink also feels very very awkward. Scylla isn't left here.
Enemy spotted.
Take this jungle buff.
Look at an abyss, I think. Is he still there?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's too far away.
Enemy spotted.
It's fine. I'm not TP right.
I'll attack right lane.
Completed.
Just 120 before I back. I should be safe though. Everyone's alright. He has Contagion now. There's no way I'm ever hitting Apollo again. Hell nah. I'm out. Bye-bye. Doing Spice Awards. Gonna be delaying my Warriors upgrade for a while.
There's an bait for you.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
Tsuku is coming.
Loki's probably here with how they're playing.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
Apollo's backing.
Your left tower is under attack. I'll attack right lane.
I'll gank middle lane. Enemy
Okay.
spotted.
Apollo in the air.
Enemy incoming.
Come on, man.
That's beast on who you.
Why do you not kill him?
Loki ult down.
On my way.
I don't think I can help you, man.
Follow me.
That's who you have jump.
Are you fine?
Enemy
I'm fine.
incoming.
Let's actually get this.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
He does not beat.
Enemy has been slain.
On my
You're as
way.
solid as a rock.
Attack the giant.
Okay.
Okay. On
Attack
my way.
fire giant.
I have bomb for it.
I'm just gonna go on the Tsuku in the fight, so.
I will ward. Set up an ambush here. I'll attack.
Yes. On my way.
I have bomb for it. I think we just rip it. Good luck.
Still up behind.
Okay, well, maybe we fight actually.
Apollo
What a
dashed.
Just back. Get ready. We just FG together.
Yes.
Who you just spawned?
I will ward.
On my way.
They're both here.
Coming. Just pull the FG, they just have to walk into us. We just kill them if they walk in. I can kill the Huyi easily.
Yeah, this guy was Scylla, she's still a Sunder up.
I can bomb it at 2k and you guys just stop hitting it.
Sure.
Destroyed the fire giant.
They left over.
And I mean, we might die to this, I don't know. When I get gold. Just let me get left alone.
I'll attack next
Yeah, Artemis, we probably need you with us as well. We don't want Loki just randomly one-shot you.
Right lane. Group up. Retreat right lane.
Apollo's with me in left. I'll just TP over, I think they're gonna...
Apollo ulting you as well in left.
I should be able to kill them, I think.
Just go straight to tower here on right.
Such a sad state of affairs.
Huyi beats Apollo... and Huyi ult.
Be right back.
Okay. What about Dagger? What happened with that?
I ate it.
Alright, perfect. Right, some attack speed. What am I going with? Just go Dagger Frenzy. It's the easiest option. Bracer. Yeah, that could have worked as well.
Ultimate is ready.
The forest runs rampant.
Apollo behind. Good poke. Just wait for Adapters to get back up.
Destruct and destroy. Be right back. Enemy ultimate
Be
incoming.
careful.
Attack middle lane.
On my way.
Enemy spotted.
There's no beats.
Capable of some things, huh?
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Tsuku
Super
beats.
beats as well.
Sad state of affairs.
Should we go right?
Get out of the way.
Has been slain.
Oh, it's fine.
The Titan attack.
Just go tight and I'll just chase him.
Attack the Titan.
What about Curse? I thought about it. If you think like Ferris Curse, I was definitely thinking about it. I just wanted some more damage because I felt like I wasn't doing anything to like someone like Apollo. I got all. So I decided to go for something. Something that could help my damage output just a little bit. Because usually I don't go Nemean. So I would have usually have way more damage than this. I think Curse could fit in really well with this build, because then I would just swap Nemean with Curse, and then still go for some kind of damage at him. Normally I would have more lifesteal. I actually like going Bloodforge. Surprised we won that. Or didn't really belong in that game, I think. He's a jungle main. So I don't know how good his ADC is, but he plays jungle usually. He's not bad. Right. And Susano nerf now requires a full charge to apply the knock up. That's actually huge. But I do think that's a good change. Because getting instant knocked up with everything he already has at his disposal is yeah, it's rough. He might have been tilted Dutch. It's hard to say. We go back and forth with Susan knockup. Yeah, we do. I mean, but they can't really decide. It also changes, right? From Smite 2 to Smite 1. Like, it's a different time. The flow of the game is completely different. Fix an issue where the damage of this would not trigger item effects. Interesting. So, technically a Thunder buff, in a way. Fix. Morrigan aspect nerf. Good. Yes. Good. So, the 3 increase the cooldown early and decrease movement speed, specifically in the aspect then. Good. Ymir buff. Buff for tank Ymir, slight nerf to damage Ymir. Why? Who plays damage Ymir? Who is it? Who played it so well it needed to be nerfed? Strange. This is probably a good change, though. I do think giving him a bit more protection in his ult is probably a good idea. Have they fixed the glitch on the ult, though? So that it doesn't just randomly... Like, it just keeps you in it, like when you can't detonate it. Because that's one of the reasons why I don't want to play Ymir at all. Feels like every time I ult, it just glitches out and I can't cancel it. And then I'm just kind of there, sitting there, being hit, despite it being outside of my ult range. Så still. Why would never first pick anymore, man? I want to play Tsuku. Just destined to be against him every game. Yo, enemy, can we get Tsuku on our side this time? How about that? Can we make a deal? I also want to play the new character today. Wonder how long Afra is going to be banned until they actually do something. I mean, it's tough to choose, right? Because she is a character that probably doesn't do very well in casual games. It's the same thing with Mulan, where it was the opposite of Mulan, where she does really well in the early casual games, but she does not very well in high level. It's hard for them to balance stuff like that. Nuwa has been in that spot for all her lifetime. Her whole life. I'll play Thana. Are these patch notes live right now, or next patch? Yeah, no, these are the current notes. Yeah, these are from today. Okay, so Blink decrease cooldown. Really? I think Blink was always in a fine spot, honestly. But I'll take it. I mean, I'm starting to enjoy Blink a lot more in recent weeks. Ages of Acceleration buff? No. Fixed an issue where this was not granting the bonus movement speed at all. Well, if it was just glitched, then sure, but this has lagged and broken for some time. Our current estimate is it never did. And would pretty much greatly affect its overall strength. Bro, Ages. It's already being bought on everyone and their mothers. The Reaper. Don't really buy that item anyway. Glad Shield. I mean, I think it's a step in the right direction, right, as a buff, but I still think this makes Glad Shield any better. One day, though, I want Glad Shield to be back. Helm of Radiant Shift. I like this item, though. What are we doing with it? More power, more protection, but decrease the protection count. Okay, so... Okay. It's not bad. I don't think that's actually a good change. I like it. Fix an issue by Ganesha turn off. Fate would kill you if you used the Fire Giant Dagger. Oh, maybe it was Ganesha's fault all the stacker issues happened. Moderate Danza Dash is going through enemies. Okay, good. Finally fixed. Baron Aspect was unadjusted, giving damage reduction. Yeah, I felt it. Dealt with it. Fix an issue with Soul Meltdown, getting one. Okay, that's just okay audio thing. All right. I mean, I think overall, I think this is a good patch, but I don't think it changes anything. Like, not really. Surprised not to see a single area nerf though. It's probably the biggest thing. The fuck do you even play Tsuku in mid? You just build int. That's about it. Alright, I guess that's the patch notes then. Oh, why the fuck do we play into it in mid? I don't know. And he's just a poke asshole, right? I think maybe you go Lifebinder or some shit. That's my answer to anything in solo. I'm struggling here, go Lifebinder. Can't really do that on the ADCs though, but if you can do that on any mage, it just delays your damage a little bit. I still say worth it though. Okay, what am I buying then? It is Mulan, like I could actually start with Brawlers. Actually, would not be a bad idea. I think I'll do that. Like, Caprakan has a heal. I don't think... Does Tsuku have a heal? I forgot. I assume he doesn't. Brawler Strider? I don't know. I kind of want to go mostly damage this game. But I do think you probably do need those two items. I don't know if I'm going to go Rico straight away. I guess I'll depend on what happens in lane. If I'm getting shit on, then yeah, probably. I'm going to have to go for some more defense, but... I also forgot to take off my aspect. I kind of said last time I played that in solo I would go non-aspect. I forgot.
I'm not thirsty.
Excuse you? Shut the fuck up, Dutch.
Exactly.
Oh, what the fuck?
Well, am I wrong?
Careful middle.
God damn, bro.
You're licking my ear. Shut up.
I was coughing, bro.
Yeah, dude. That's fine. Tell that to the judge.
Minions have spawned.
I should have gone Aegis. I'm a dog.
Yeah, they buffed it too. Did you see?
Too bad. Yes.
That's crazy.
Yes. Oops.
Love playing into Tsuku.
Be careful, right? USA. USA. USA.
I will cut your life strings.
Enemy missing.
Into me.
Yeah, he beats like a good boy.
Surprised that
Yeah.
side missed.
We can follow them.
It's bait.
Enemy missing. You're all right. Up high. Follow me.
Oh. Oh.
Cancel that. Enemy missing middle. No problem.
Cannot escape death.
On my way. Good luck.
He already has his 2, like ranked up.
That's back.
Do you
Go
get
kill Cap.
the double 2 much earlier in
want a
Smite
cover?
2? Because that shit would take a while in Smite 1 sometimes. Like to the point where you just had to give up most of your early game because you fucking can't do anything because all your abilities are shit.
Raise some. Wash them away. Enemies.
I'll cut you down.
I kind of want to fight because I have the level difference. But I shouldn't. I have no reason to risk it. Greed is my enemy. Don't listen to those thoughts.
Enemy spotted. Defend the fire giant. Okay. Ultimate is ready.
Enemy spotted.
That's too bad. Ready. Complete.
I can bait Mulan here. She's on gold camp.
Yeah, just life.
I'll cut you down. I will cut your life
That's both beats.
He's 1 HP.
I'll attack.
Bot's backed.
No problem.
souls to me.
Fight back.
To me.
Your right tower is under attack.
I was kind of hoping I could land a stunt before Mulan got her rolled off, but
Ward middle.
holy moly, are you just that expensive? Oh, never mind. It's because I didn't. Yeah, okay. Fuck it. I'm going different start then. I forgot I went Axe instead, but explains why I did more damage. Let's do this. I'll go straight into regrowth. Maybe get brawlers third. Yeah, I kind of like the sound of that.
I beat you.
Cut your life strings.
Enemy missing. Retreat. Enemy has been slain.
I have walling too.
Wash them away.
Cut you down.
No problem.
Toring. I like the little sound effect.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in the middle lane. No problem. Attack. On my way. Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay. Enemy spotted.
Tsuku is on right back him.
I'm so lucky he missed.
Ultimate is ready.
I'm looking.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel a little bit bad for him there. Not really much you could do in that situation.
Ally has been slain.
Your souls to me.
I think Dutch is gonna have a terrible time this game. He's by far the easiest target for him to go on in every scenario. He did pick Ra though.
Hold it for me.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yes.
Right buff the respawn
Damn it.
here.
Follow me.
Purples first.
Missing too much shit. Like I shouldn't be losing these trades. As long as I
I'm
just
gonna
fucking
hold
hit
there.
my one.
Purple.
Yeah, we can fight.
Spotted.
My Cabba's here.
Bot's TPing behind, boys.
I think the records first.
Right tower is under attack.
Did you get out?
Your left tower is under attack.
Help.
You know what? I'm gonna
Willow
TP right.
jumped.
La vista, amigo.
There's one shot.
The rain shall wash them away.
Guess I'm not. Probably for the best that I didn't. Would have wasted my time.
Enemies at Gold Fury.
Your left tower is under attack.
Then gold.
Oh, they're on the Naga.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing
I'll
left.
attack.
Cut your life strings.
Wow. Holy moly, why am I aiming? I know I'm struggling with my one this game, man. He's running straight. Like, what's my problem?
Enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I hit it.
Can we do this now?
bots is here. He's going into left jungle.
Almost flicked the opposite way. I think I had a hand spasm. Okay, boss is mid again.
Coming mid. I can kill bots.
Good luck. The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy missing right.
So we got him mid. We can kill him.
I'm rotating my
Alltså,
ults
no,
down.
come, 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 come.
That's bra. Det var... Oh no, bro.
You're all right. Up high.
Your right tower is under attack.
Bear your souls to me.
The pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright. I think that I just back and get regrowth, so I actually get some healing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Love those lag sprints.
Your left tower is under attack.
Mulan missing.
Even the immortals shall fear death now. I'll cut you down.
I'm gonna be pretty tanky this game. But it's still with the intent of...
Oh, I missed.
Ally has been slain.
It's one shot.
Oh, my horrific.
He backed. Can you get him low enough?
Just ult him. Tsuku is gonna be coming.
I think I'm out. Silence in 2.
Inte någon så väl.
We're coming, we're coming.
Damn it! Missed my one.
Chase him.
Tragic.
Let's have down.
He does.
Attack the gold fuel, man.
Oh, my Sunder's down.
Let's kill him.
Bots is there too.
Enemy has been slain. True fabuloso.
Your middle tower.
Mulan finally showed up.
Did she ult?
Yeah, she just ult.
Just make sure no one's near. Don't see anyone near. You go aspect when you have pendulum? Yeah, I mean it's
Your middle tower is under attack.
it's definitely not feeling too great early on. I do think this works later though. But I just don't think the aspect is very good anymore on Thana. The only reason why I do this is because if I want to make him a frontline, I can go regrowth, and my 3 becomes a heal in the aspect. Otherwise I have to fully rely on my 1 to proc, you know, my regrowth heal, and it's just not the most reliable thing, you know. Sometimes you miss that ability a few times. Maybe you suck ass. That happens. So if you want a
We should go
reliable
for the
proc, it should be a 3rd.
Nice. Can we not just cover?
I think he's
I'm TPing over as well.
Tsuku's gonna come. Tsuku's gonna come.
Tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
I'm late.
It's the buff. It's the plus.
You going Tsuku? I will.
Happy.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm looking for the ruler.
I'm resetting.
Him, I will.
I just reset then. That's behind. Someone behind us.
I'll defend mid.
That's his ult.
I have nothing for you.
Completed.
Death's grip grows strong.
Alright. Alright. This will feel a little bit better once I have more cooldown. Though I do have a lot of cooldown already. Damage not high enough. But next up I'll go Hydras.
Ultimate is ready. Gank!
You will?
Wash them away.
Your team
Pyro? Pyro?
destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Escape death.
I'm doing a Naga.
You said Naga?
Yeah, what's it called?
Mulan ult then.
Escape death.
Yeah, I can't really fight him anymore. He heals too much. He went Leviathan Knight as well. That's interesting. Maybe I should stop fighting him just to make him not get any stacks as much.
They might be on Pyro.
Yeah. If they already are.
Okay, was alright.
Below you guys.
I'm coming.
Mulan
Tsuku's
TP'd.
Rotating.
left jungle.
Mulan TP'd.
On my way. Ultimate is ready. Gank!
I'm almost here.
Gank!
Your right tower is under
I'm TPing as well.
Yo, why is he so fucking fast?
I hit them both, I hit them both. They're both like 1 HP. Tsuku's here. Don't have ult.
Ah, fuck me. Roller is 1 HP. Or not 1 HP, but he's low.
Cannot say fuck me, man, because I actually fuck you.
No, man. Stop. You always gotta make it weird.
I backed, by the way. Oh. You backed off.
I didn't think he had ult up. What the fuck? I thought he ulted.
It's fine. Ragnar
Have
inted.
ult. W Ragnar.
Completed. Hexagon Fury.
I kinda inted. I thought we could follow up a bit easier on that. I just kinda got... I mean, the Ulurax also kinda cooked me. I couldn't blink in time.
That's too bad.
Hardwood cooks it for double silence. You're actually right. I actually might try that for science. I said earlier in the stream I should try it. As well. Where is that fucking item? Am I blind? Is it a physical protection item? Where is it?
Tsuku's
Is it
there.
just health? Oh, it's just health.
Be right back. Be careful. Be careful. Left.
Yes. An interesting build. Oh, he also has... Okay, I mean, I see why I haven't been able to fight him as well. He has fucking brawlers.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh.
He's got that brawler right.
Your life stream.
They're gonna do gold.
No. Complete.
Pyro or no?
Your middle tower is under
I think we should go Pyro here. Mulan might come for it, but that's it.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I have really good DPS.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Pyro.
It's fine, just get out, I think.
Your right
Sure.
tower has been destroyed. No problem.
Complete. Right back.
Oh, I'm coming for bats. Go ahead, left.
I'm
Run after in.
Attack.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Mulan is one.
Souls to me.
I need.
Enemies incoming. Enemies. Slain an enemy.
I need help. I mean, he ulted and surely dies.
I'm on the way.
Ah, I got baited. Ulrich is behind as well.
You move like a jaguar.
Let's try this then. See if it works. Damn, dude, I just got baited. I thought he was gonna be so free. I'm just gonna walk up 2 and 1 easy kill and Tsukuyomi. Never mind. Absolutely not.
Outvolt.
I believe in you.
Good game.
I wish I could see HP. He cooked it.
Destroyed the fire giant.
What's my goat doing? What am I watching?
Your life stream.
Do you think we ever killed a Mulan? After ulti?
Probably not. I think she just ults away and we might die for it.
Then you ult her and I ult her. Done. She's there.
Come.
Okay.
I think she TP'd. No, she's there.
She's in left section. And beta.
Left enemy tower. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Push her, kill her.
Guys, I can probably get Phoenix if you guys can stall.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
I can just
You
keep
have to
chasing
hunt?
Mulan.
I need someone with me at least.
They get it, they get it.
That's Mulan ult.
Just don't
She's
don't,
half
don't
HP
let them in. Just don't let them in.
I'm backing.
You push mid finish or not?
Right Phoenix has been destroyed.
Someone back.
Oh, he backed.
They're not pushing here anymore. What's the cooldown on hardwood? 120? Minus on each healing ability cast. Okay. I think they're going gold.
I think I could get the left Phoenix. I'm gonna try and get it. I'm trying to pyro here.
They're on red buff. Bracken is at least.
Keeping map.
I need help. I'm just gonna.
So you guys just play back in mid, please. Please don't fight mid. Please don't fight mid.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, do we fight mid actually? I'm
They're all
behind
full
mid.
HP.
They still have there though.
Is this good fight?
Guys, I can get this as well.
have
So
walled, I
it
have
doesn't
walled.
matter.
Yeah, I think just go for left. We
Behind
can
them.
try and keep them here. That's team beats.
I think we got it here.
This doesn't look good at all to us.
Careful mate, just leave and defend Phoenix.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left enemy. Your middle tower.
I think they're going mid Phoenix.
I'm coming. Surely we can defend this? Maybe not.
I'm up in 5. Should we
Just don't die, just don't die. I'm gonna kill bots.
just defend Phoenix?
I don't think we defend Phoenix anyway, Bats is low.
Destroyed.
Rain shall wash them away. Attack.
We kill this guy. I can't.
I'm rotating back in.
The Tsuku's here.
Completed.
Just use the numbers to trample left or something. Like we have 3v5 for a long time. Can we just insta left here?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Get Bracken backed as well.
I have really good DPS.
We do need someone to defend right though.
Under attack.
Mason is up as well.
Come on. Defend right.
I don't know how I'm tanking, but I'm tanking.
Can you do?
Caps here.
Your Titan is
Do you wanna coin flip it or?
Yeah, just gonna hit, I think. Can you buy the card?
No.
Super
get
ult
out.
down,
Sit
super
back
ult down. I'm just getting out, I'm getting
Okay,
out.
get up, get
Just
up.
live, just live.
That's right.
Suku was low as well.
Defend Phoenix.
They're still chasing, don't race back.
I'll cut you down.
Bro, what are these insane crashes that almost happen sometimes?
your right Phoenix is under attack.
I'll walk to the left in case they backdoor soon.
Group up. The enemy team has destroyed the pirate.
I gotta get used to hardwood.
Right Phoenix is under attack.
This is pretty much the first time I'm using the item.
I'll clear mid.
That guy is alone.
Let's do
Maybe.
Crusher. It's either that or I go more pen, but
they're
like I don't
contesting,
have
I
that
think.
much damage anyway. Like I'll just
That's
try and
fine,
kill
we
it
can
here.
fight them.
Yulo is here in front of us.
Cap behind, cap behind.
Need help. Get one tap, man.
Can we get the Mulan low enough so I can execute? No, never mind. She has dagger
can
though,
again.
she's pretty low.
I stand there.
I can hammer some.
It's fine. I don't have anything, just do the Naga and gold. Got a Phoenix at least. Let me have this. I can just go get left on my own. Beats down bats, by the way.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
You guys just push him into something and I'll just go get left.
Yeah, sure. Just careful not to get caught. They'll definitely look for some weird shit here.
It's fine, I'm just gonna ping the map with this shit.
Fuck, I need solo
They're gonna
gold.
look for something cheesy.
Just buy wards then.
Defend middle lane.
I need to clear those minions.
Enemy spotted. Be careful left.
They're all walking towards you.
Yeah, they're all missing. Careful on left.
We just push him with them. We just fight them here?
Attack.
Cap is in mid. Yeah, they're all in mid.
I can.
They don't know there's a
I
ward
can
there.
ult,
They're just all in the fucking bush, surely we just won them.
I need help.
Tsuku ult on me. I never got my ult off in time, that really sucks.
I have a stun in 3.
Can you just live? I'll be able to get left.
Yeah, that one's on me. I fucked up.
Mm,
I was really trying to just silence the bots before he
Yeah.
got to get anything else off. I should have just used my blink
I'll
to
try
do
to
that though.
defend or cancel bugs when they see you.
Okay, no way.
I think it's Phoenix.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
They can they end?
They're gonna try.
Shouldn't.
I'm backing them. Fucking creep
Yeah.
wave, what?
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under
They shouldn't.
attack.
We defended, we defended.
Juke.
Your right phoenix is under
Can
attack.
soft chase this.
I'll back up in 5. If he's low enough, I can keep chasing.
I have no beats.
Ruler's in the back camp.
Your titan is under attack.
Yeah, I think.
I don't see him anymore though.
I'm here.
On my way.
Yeah, they left.
Yeah, he must have
This is
backed.
up. FG just came out. Oh, it's 5 of them.
Escape death.
I really wanna back quick.
Take it?
Wait.
Yeah.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Phoenix is
No
one
way.
off.
In the back. I need to defend.
Got
the
that
wave,
trigger
wait.
pot.
Yeah, I'm gonna also reset the cat wars.
They will pull it, I think.
They're starting fire.
Yeah,
It's fine, we can defend, I think.
it's a bait, it's a bait.
On my way.
Wait for me.
They don't have great secure.
They leech them.
Like, if they burn it, it's good for us.
I'll go mid, I'll go mid.
I can look for a wall on the cab.
Careful, I'll grab the wave in left real quick.
Oh, I'm not range, so. This cap should be like one shot, no?
Yeah, walling 3. Looking for the cab.
Oh, man.
There's 4 in mid.
Attack.
I'm away.
Just keep looking for walls. But I need to follow. I need to follow me up.
I'm coming with. I can really not win.
I'm in mid wave.
Cap is poked.
Give wall.
I can hold there. Uller, look at the Uller, look at the Uller. Uller just
Yeah, I'm ulting in.
Big ult? Yeah, he's like 1 HP.
Nice. Can we just restart with that? Don't need to win the fight, just get out. We just fire off this, fire off this.
Bot's jumping mid.
can
Fuck, I keep missing my fucking one, man. Alright, well, it's just one split still. That would've been big.
I can get out, but I need a bit more of help, you know.
Yeah, I just can't help you. Like, I just have a silence, that's it. And he was ulting at the time.
That's too bad. Oh yeah, fresh from the rocket. Come and get some.
So if I got Aegis this game, we win for free. I'm not gonna lie.
I think we need some deeper wards as well. If we get one good snipe, we can just initiate so easily off of that. I also didn't think Bot was in range for his monkey teleport. I was not prepared.
Come and get some.
I mean, I think we just look for a throw wall into raw snipe and then just go off that. See if we can do anything of it.
Yes. Our war. Group up.
The thing is, they can't fight me. I can just go split push. I can get the left Phoenix pretty easily.
Yeah, you could do that.
I just don't know if you guys die if they see me.
Yeah, probably. They'll just double kill.
I mean, they're gonna Tsuku the route for sure, so maybe yes. They're pulling Pyro.
Yeah, I think Dutch, you just don't show yourself at all until Tsuku has ulted.
Destroyed the pyromancer.
Just camera, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're staying back. I'm keeping an eye on fire.
They're pulling it.
They pulled it, yeah. It's at
I'm coming
12k.
back,
It's
man.
going down fast, real fast.
We should fight it. Fight it.
I can stop DPS.
Yeah, they stopped the DPS on it. Bots jump out. Careful, don't get caught here. This is fine.
Someone beat.
Fight it.
I can't help. That's huge. Just live if you can.
Yeah, try to live.
Don't think I can. Just get out if you can in mid.
He's fine. They probably just done 40 seconds.
Yeah, looks pretty rough. I do think they end as well. They won't have minions for a little while. Just try and see if you can just slow them in some way.
Yeah, just hold on tight then.
Under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack.
It's unfortunate. Close one. That was a pretty fun game. I just still enjoyed it, but it just sucked we ended up losing this. I mean, I don't know what the fuck my ADC was building though. Why does he have kins? Why aren't we just building the usual shit? What is this build? Oh, he didn't have a finished build either. I mean, okay, I actually know exactly why we lost this game then. How is he that far behind? Dude, I had a 3k pot. That's insane. Alright, I think this will be the last one for me though. It is getting pretty late. Q was in shambles. Yeah, it is what it is. Almost running it with the same comp. try and do this. See if he wants to play jungle over mid.
Select your god.
What do I pick in mid then? So they combat this nasty character. Tempted to do some Zeus. Still Zeus game. Let's just go with the alright, you wanna ult me? Well, land in my ult. Enter the lightning storm. Oh boy. Now I'm really fucked. Man, they really... I actually forgot Ares was open. That sucks. We have just given them some disgusting shit. It's weird to me how much the bans just get thrown out of the way when one decides not to ban a single thing. Suddenly there's so much shit open. I hate it. Guess I have to go board this game. Otherwise I can't do much into the Ares ult. It does look pretty grim, I'm not gonna lie. It's just not a great comp we have.
Why choose anybody else?
Into there specifically. Like Ares into Fen and Jimoja. And I guess Scylla. And I need Aegis. There's no going around it. I'm absolutely going Aegis this game. But I'm gonna have to also go Boar, I guess. The question is, I wonder if this has changed. In Smite 1, if you Aegist and Tsukuyomi's ult would, it hits you, but while you're Aegist, it technically counts as not hitting you. I don't know if that's going to be the same case here. So, do I Aegis his ult while it is hitting me, or do I do it once he lands on me? That's the big question I'm going to end up having to deal with here. Even as a mage too, Mage Tsuku scales more with the initial shots too, so those are the ones I want to Aegis. Might be tough. If I am starting with, or if I'm going Boar, I'm gonna have to go for some early power. It's gonna go Deso. Probably Deso into Boar so that I have Boar early and able to deal with the air result. Yeah, I have to go Aegis into their comp in general, I think. That being said, wait, what am I looking at? Oh, it's ADC Merlin? Okay, they have a strange comp too. And Ra and dude, I don't mind their comp at all. Actually, I think there's a very legit chance of in here. They have a nice like double mage backline, and an Ares in the front that I can maybe chain lightning off of. I'll take it, man. I'll take it.
Just follow the beat and have fun.
Have fun.
Have fun. They have 0 peel. Yeah, that's a good way to put it too. I mean, they do for Fenrir. If Ares sits on Fen, it's going to be very hard for Fen to play the game. Like, both comps have very good all-in comps. Like, Ra snipes from the back, even though it's an aspect, so that won't do shit late game. Merlin is very good at going all-in as well, but he does have to flicker for it. Whether that ends up being worth it for him is, you know, always a we'll see. Unfortunately, Zeus's level 1 is actually shit in Smite 2, compared to other mages.
Bummer, dude. That's too bad. Gang.
Attack right lane.
That's more enough flicker.
That sucks. Oh, he taunted too? That's crazy.
I'll attack.
Tsuku was low, but I guess pots don't. Yeah, that doesn't matter.
Did I do the red buff?
I'm not sure, I don't think so. Probably did at this point.
Nice done.
I can't help but always find it funny when someone taunts. When they just got saved, you know? Like, bro, you still lost the 1v1. You needed help. That's not a taunt reason. I mean, you say Merlin's gonna feed, but we're gonna have an int dance on our team. Like,
So I can get left.
Wait, wait.
There's no beats, I vault.
I gotta sit back until my ult's back up.
Attack.
Nice, bro.
Drop.
Thor and Tsuku ults down. Oh, he taunted again? The fuck, man?
I can TP mid if you don't have.
I don't have. Once again, I'm gonna have to mention this every time it happens because it pisses me off. Why is Thor ult silent? Dude, Fena ult is a fucking siren. Mordred ult is a fucking siren. What the fuck is wrong with Thor ult in Smite 2? Why is it silent? It's intended? I know it is, but it makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. It's not that hard to hit. Does it need to be so silent? I don't think so. Oh well, guess I just have to look out for it more.
Just play alive, I'll get him.
Enemy has been slain. The raid wash them away.
Middle. Enemy missing middle. You're killing it.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
No vision at mid.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's officially just a game where I sit back and farm.
Enemy missing left.
Careful. She bites.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Does have blink.
What's out there?
There's a few people coming left. Careful.
Left. Ultimate is ready. Attack.
Oh, easy roll.
Kill the goal.
Bro, I even took tower shots. That's some horseshit.
Be right back.
Enemy has been slain.
I was actually close enough to the tower for it to hit me. That's so annoying, bro.
That's funny.
Claim this area.
Your left tower is under attack.
Tragic. Probably would have died anyway, but at least I would have got my stun off, making it maybe possible for us to deal with the Ares.
Could do this after clear wave.
Be still.
Take this jungle buff.
Okay.
Next time, it will go better. Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing.
What did I use?
I don't really want to fight until I have boar online.
Holds. They're full though.
I'm gonna revenge left, I'm gonna get left.
I don't have beats, so I need to stay back until I finish my boar. Kinda got baited, I really didn't want to fight, but I was trusting Vivas with my life.
Wash them away.
Oh well.
Your right tower is
Aegis also wasn't up in time, but you know what? I'm gonna be safe next time. I have everything next time.
Over the bush.
I need 400 gold for boar, then I should be safe in 2 areas.
They saw me with the words.
Coming purple. I'm here.
I poked
Hold
over.
him. Hold it down.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm getting out.
Sorry.
Gonna need my minions to actually finish off his minions. Absolute slackers. Right, you come with me.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm coming, Matt.
Ah, that sucks.
I can't fucking. I forgot when Ares ult, you get fucking crippled. I can't use my spells.
Yeah, I just can't get out of it. I have boar now though, but that sucks. I was trying to back. Okay, it's only up from here, boys. Only up. Question is, what do I do now? Like, cooldown would be nice. I just need power. Like, cooldown isn't really an issue, actually. Maybe soul gem, a little bit of lifesteal.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll attack right lane.
There's not really a point in me going
There is
there.
in right box.
It's going about as I would have expected, picking Zeus instead of team comp.
Be careful right.
That is coming right.
Now my main issue is gonna be the Thorolds that I still can hear, so I can't really respond to them as well.
Just
Why don't
keep
you
popping
slash?
and do. Just do Naga,
Running,
just do
running.
Naga. No,
No.
don't.
Bro, it's tricky.
Thor's ulting. Thor's ulting.
Okay.
Oops, my bad.
Enemy missing left.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Just force, just sit in mid. It's not really any farm to take.
Be right back.
Claim this area.
Be right back. Retreat.
On my way.
Two ulting mid.
Stun him.
Enemy has been slain.
Where's Thor?
There he is.
I can ult it.
Ah, that's
That's beats. It's fine.
Empty
Arsenal.
people, Tom.
Tower is under attack.
I'm
Right,
taking it.
Arsenal.
I can draw.
That gives me some time to farm. Man, my damage ass. Holy shit. Being behind and also having to abort. Basically a full damage item behind.
Thor just backed.
Your right tower is under attack.
Doing pyro. Just come here after wave, please.
Yep, I'm away.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Take red.
Yeah, I'll pick it up in a bit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hi, party people.
Alright. More damage. Let's go.
Half team beats already.
Let's just go rot, man. Fuck it. No, I'm buying it. Why not now? Probably gonna just have to go pen though in the next one.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing left.
Okay.
I think we just don't try to fight that much in mid, to be honest. Not without adapting here. Like, I just don't want to fight, man. I don't know why Vivis keeps trying to force it. It makes no sense for us.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We're trying to fight with a no damage Zeus in mid.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
I don't know how many times I need to say it. I really don't want to fight.
Careful. Enemy missing.
Attack for gold.
Yeah, left. You and me can maybe do this. Dancer.
Claim this area.
I have bomb.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Gank right lane.
I wanna kill right. Wait, Thor's here.
Both of them in from mid rotating to right.
Your right tower.
Skipping it.
Enemy missing left.
Farm wise, I'm not doing bad at least. Keeping up.
Ultimate is ready.
I'm gonna do this.
I'll attack.
I'm away.
Tsuku's alone in mid. Coming with you.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Just don't fight mid, we don't win the fight. They're gonna dive mid.
Area's all done. Thor on me.
I'm on the way. Let's play
Oh,
slow.
my bad. Oops. Also bad H's. Why the fuck am I H'ing after everything? Whatever.
I'm Water Fire.
I guess I'm getting
That's
tired.
Ares gold. You could gain the Ra.
Your right tower is under attack.
He doesn't have beats.
I'm coming right as well.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy
Tsuku there.
Your left tower is under attack. I'll gain.
On my way.
When it rains, it pours. An enemy has been slain. Attack fired. Careful. She bites.
With a pyro at least. Oh, we're too big.
Ares in the mid bush.
I have ult.
Do they know?
Yeah, he's here.
Tanking. They don't have any shells.
Tsuku coming in from behind as well.
Ah, it's probably bad. It's probably bad. To be honest, they're backed. They're gonna come. Don't let them pick it up.
I can gauge these theories.
They still
They're
have the
pulling it. They're
Colt.
pulling it.
They leached it.
There's this gauge. Kill theories.
Fuck.
The rain shall wash them away.
Ultimate is ready.
Be right back.
I'm tempted to Staff of Murder just for a double hit. Whatever. What have I got to lose?
Poor later, I suppose.
What is the boar cooldown these days? 120?
Ward here.
Ward the Gold Fury.
Claim this area.
They're in the bush.
I have Bargain 5, so should
No,
be
no, no.
okay.
What did you back? Oh wait, you ulting? Where's she? Does he have dash?
They're coming to right.
Been slain.
Tsuku and Ares both rotating, yeah.
Side this out.
Like me.
Throw alt. Alt.
Can we just get outposts?
I think Scylla might be dead. Scylla is dead.
Defend.
Throw mid, they're going towards fire.
Tower is under attack. Your right tower.
Ignore the raw, we just defend FG. I have TP.
Thor's low. Tragic. I'm sad he got his hammer off in time.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
He's on blue.
Enemy missing. Enemy ultimate.
On my way! Ultimate is ready!
Be right back.
Claim this
Right
area.
back.
What the?
I really want to finish my starter.
Tsuku in mid.
Group up.
Iris mid.
Tsuku on me.
Throw in the sky.
Group.
One Iris.
Got him.
Huge chain lightning.
I got ult in 10, I can kill.
He back in the mid. Man, do I wish I had my Murden for that fight. That would have been huge. For a double chain lightning. Either double chain lightning or just a double detonate.
Careful. She bites.
It's so dark in my room, but my phone isn't nearby. I need to turn on some light. It's kinda hurting my eyes.
Area.
Can't really leave my desk right now. I'm doing it now.
Take this jungle buff!
There we go.
Careful. Be careful. She bites.
Throw here.
Enemy ultimate incoming!
Missing middle.
Claim this area.
Be careful, right?
Oh, he's the wrong team.
Tsuku half HP.
Careful. She bites.
I'm on the way. I'm almost here.
Rise here. Fucking hell, dude. And no matter where I went, fucking someone else showed up. Jesus Christ. What's Masilla doing? She's dead to the dot. Keep running, so they're still chasing. Please.
Would I?
In the mid bush. Let's go for some more lightning type damage. If I get a good chain lightning and a good divine rune proc, sounds good to me.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Your team has destroyed.
Yeah, I'm queuing with adapting.
I don't know, man. I think you should go solo goal and we just AFG.
Can we help left?
He's out. Oh, he should. Just solo the goal and then. I don't think they have vision and goal, so they don't even know. Can't look for a stun on Ra if he walks in. Tsuku's looking for you.
I'm fine.
I got this for free, guys.
Yeah, just fall back.
Yeah.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fjord. Your right
See
Phoenix
that
is
time.
under attack.
Ares is looking for an ult. I have beats if you grab.
I'm gonna back and come over. I'm gonna back and come over. It's gonna be faster.
Is under attack.
Yeah. They pushed a bit.
Phoenix is under attack.
Could be good for us. I mean, they won't pull. Like maybe you just push mid.
I can push mid.
Yeah, Fenrir short game
Yep, I'm just doing one move.
because like they have to go on us anyways. And
We're
you push mid,
backing.
you will always. Where is backing? I guess we can.
Yeah, we can push up now,
Yes.
right back.
I can go on the Merlin. I can go on the Merlin.
I'm coming. You can fight. You can fight.
Merlin is dead. Merlin B.
Stun Darius.
So in the sky.
Merlin is. Go on me. I can delay. You guys can wait again. I still have
Ares
two
is 1
minutes.
HP.
I'm gonna back quickly.
I think this Rice trolling. Never mind. Ult in 35.
We're all down.
Come on,
I
bro.
can try to help you. Tori's gonna ult. Tori's gonna ult, bro.
Ah, I'm dead. I just got one shot by Suki.
It really does feel like we just lack vision this game.
Your middle tower.
I also don't even know what happened that team fight. That was so split.
I got the mushroom for the Tsuku ult. Yeah.
It's done.
Team has destroyed the fire giant.
US Wolfie replacement. I can't replace Wolfie.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
Tsuku and Ron mid.
They're now. They're
Just
really
hit the
split.
fucking
Really split. Yeah, they're really split. That's okay, man. We win here.
Where's
we
it in
win
my
here.
mouth?
Tsuku in my mouth.
We just win. We just win.
Why me, bro? Just an adapting chase. Rest of you commit.
Yo, I get the Merlin. I get the Merlin.
I'll bring that guy here.
Merlin beats.
I have ult in 20.
I got so thrown
Yes,
off by the
yes.
Merlin Tsuku in my mouth comment that I just forgot
get
to
this
play
one.
the game. Not that I could have done anything. Thor just landed on me being silent as usual, but
I'm really weak. I have mushroom in 15.
Hit the lifesteal on something.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Raw coming up at 10.
Yeah.
Help mid, boys.
So,
Never mind.
Oh man, I didn't expect him to fucking kamikaze pilot.
that's what it is.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Claim this area.
Just an average Q special.
I don't know if he's chasing. I hear raw.
Raw is around blue.
Be careful middle.
there is in front of me. My bids are up for, like, down for 1 minute.
On my way.
I have boar, so I should be fine into Ares.
That's the ult. They're on pyro. We should do gold.
I can pull it.
Wait to see what they do. They're coming. They're coming. They're coming.
Oh, that's okay.
That's Ares ult. Ares is alone so far.
That just beats.
Hit him.
I tried to boar. I
I
want
can
to
get
knock him
some.
up. I'm just getting fucking sashed for 300. That's so boring, bro. How is he also 17 and 2? I got a huge chain lightning that fight and I forgot to press my fucking Merlin anyway. What's the point?
Has been destroyed. Your middle
What's the point? I'm surprised my chain lightning did as little damage as it did though.
Okay, I have full power.
Yeah, I believe in you, man.
your Titan is under attack.
I'm just that.
It was just a comp diff. Like, them having the Ares. I don't even think the Tsukuyomi in this game was a problem. For some reason, like, well, we won't know what the issue was again. Like, Q, what the fuck are you doing in these games, man? Legitimately. Let's see. I'll do one more. I said last before, but fuck me, dude. These last two have been pretty unsatisfying. I just need Q to group with us, actually, and just not, like, run around solo. But I guess he kind of just got shit on this lane, though, in this game. Into the Merlin. Bro, where is the dot? There it is. It's no time to play my Q game. Is it glitched? Fixed? There we go. Your queue is bugged? Yeah, I thought it looked bugged. I'll just pop it back in. Do a little reset. Turned off DLSS and now having FPS stutters. Yeah. And technical issues don't always make sense. They actually rarely make sense, I feel like. Shit's so stupid sometimes. Bro, where am I? I haven't played this in like 2 or 3 hours at this point. Queue's been too fast. It's real hot as well. That's a lot of damage. I guess I'll just have to take. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, it's still obviously in a you know, beta state. I'm not really sure that will ever change, but maybe they can focus more on optimization once the game is in a, you know, in a close to release state. You know, maybe that's just copium, but one can hope, because it's obviously pretty rough optimized at the moment. Finally, we're actually first pick for once. It's been so long. Bang the fucking areas this time. Let's see if they won't be boring.
Select your god. Have you tried Tsuku full tank solo? I guess it's Gabu. I can't really respond. I can take this damage. No, I should have used something. Crap. I'll probably try int first, depending on what I'm against as well. Let's see. I am against Morgan. Okay, bro, so I'm definitely going int. I ain't winning the early game. Probably. Let's see if he's aspect as well. And I think I need to go beats. For once. It is aspect. Actually, this one time I'll welcome the aspect on Mori, because I want to see the difference now that the nerfs are in place. Might try Lifebinder actually. Into Morrigan, I might need it too. I say need, but maybe I just want to. Do I start with my... Do I still start with my 1 or my 2? Probably still start with the 2. Man. Tsuku, huh? It's been a long fucking time. By the time I get to Vamana, I'm gonna be old. We have your mid, bro. Into a Ra, that's also not good. I'll argue that's actually good for the Ra. All I know is, like, this skills really well with int. The caltrops. This one is okay. The ultimate is good with int, but only on the initial beam hits. Not as much on the dash hits afterwards. So...
Minions have spawned.
Probably still leveling this one, though. It's 80% scaling, but that's okay. Probably still the best ability I can level with int, regardless. Okay, 2 feel definitely different than Smite 1. I gotta get used to that. It almost feels a little hard to see it.
Your future looks bleak.
No, the 2 feels weird, really weird to me. I think the fact that I can't actually see its like hit thing, that was even called, like fucking targeter, is weird to me.
They just rained on your parade.
How do me?
Your left tower is under attack.
He's pretty low.
Rain shall wash them away.
Watch your step.
Enemy missing.
Definitely need to get used to the two.
Magetsu, burn bright. Watch your step.
Do you live? I'll kill him if you can't.
Enemy has been slain.
Wow, I was robbed of an assist. That's crazy.
See you waver.
Are you gonna get an assist for that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's actually fucked up.
Also, what's my movement speed on this fucking ability? What's happening? I'm so confused. I guess I just don't know how the fuck this character works.
Tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
If strength is higher... Oh, okay, gotcha. So, okay, let me just read it. When strength is higher, you... I'll read it. So the range is more on the 2 if you have int, but you lose the movement speed. Gotcha. Gotcha. That does make sense. Well, rather, it's a good way to handle it, I think.
Magetsu, burn bright.
Ahead in time.
Magetsu, strike.
Morgan coming mid.
This won't miss.
It's actually pretty interesting. Okay, that changes a lot on how I look at the character as well. It's very different.
Watch your step.
Enemy missing.
Shingetsu, strike.
It's actually crazy how much that makes him feel more like a mage. It really does. Because the 2 is always so, like, it's been so dependent on... like, the movement speed and the stun, that now that you kind of can use it as a poke ability instead. It's very different. I don't dislike it, but I do think his 2 was my favorite ability of his. Moriel down. Damn.
Dare they lay a hand on me?
How dare they lay a hand on me? Dude, it's just a habit. I'm just pressing it for the movement speed, but it doesn't do shit.
Completed. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, it definitely has more range on the two in it. I was wondering why it was much longer than I'm used to. Well, that makes sense.
May I play for selling you? There is here. We kill.
Don't have anything.
I'll try to wall his armor.
Nice, good job.
Nice life under, bro.
Your left tower is
All
under
tactical, very skillful item. Oh, I mean, Lifebinder came exactly in clutch as I wanted it to. He also went Lifebinder, so... It wasn't even Lifebinder diff, actually.
Take this jungle buff.
Does he have alt?
No. Not yet, I think.
I
I
can
think it
maybe
might be up
something.
pretty soon. I still think we can kill though if my ult is up. My ult back up in 7.
I'm attacking for you. You can reach.
I got him.
I'll get tower.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Enrage them, wash them away. Shut down. Yes. Fabuloso. Oh, Mayarifi.
I'm coming mid.
Oh, easy run to my son.
Strike!
Unfortunate. Someone was on it, it was just done.
Completed.
Bit tragic. We lost a lot for that. Oof. I didn't see how much we were losing in duo. I'm confused here what I should be leveling. Because like it scales better with on the caltrops with it, but having the 2 probably is just more reliable in terms of damage.
Our attack left line.
Not sure. Probably should be leveling my 2.
Two ulting.
I'm TPing over as well.
Your middle
Thor
tower
hammered.
is under attack.
Let's go Thor.
The pyro
Cupid is in the bush. Cupid is in the bush.
I don't care.
Enemy has been slain. Oh, they hit like a baby.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
It does feel like we're just
Your middle
losing
tower-
trades.
I mean, Cupid was a shutdown.
No, we killed him.
Your right tower is under
Yeah, you even got the kill, Beavis.
Yeah, I got 2 hours on that.
Guess I'm dead.
Your team has destroyed a left or right tower.
Fucking random, man. Guess I shouldn't have gone in there. It's like I'm seeing no minions in the tower all of a sudden. He's just tanking it. Morgan is fucking running, just standing in the bush. Or behind the wall or whatever. I don't know what the fuck's happening in duo, bro. How is it 1-7? Into a Cupid that's on her.
You know,
I'm on my way, right?
I'll attack left lane.
I'll attack left lane.
There's gonna be a run.
It's fine.
Definitely should have leveled my 2. But at this point I'm committing to the caltrops.
Be careful, enemies in the
I mean, even if Bacchus hits his flops, I feel like that shouldn't be the difference maker, you know? Honor has a jump too. Just jump as a response, then Bacchus can follow, you know? Honor is one of the best, like, peelers for himself in the entire game.
That's Cupid gold.
I'm putting gold. I have ult up.
Yeah,
Just got a good
I'm
wall. I
tipping-
can
tipping
fast
over as well.
keep it.
Thor in the air.
Maybe ulting in the air.
Stay in gold.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. This won't miss.
I'll load the tower a bit when I come.
My call is a little big.
Tower's here.
I can solo him, I don't do any damage to this thing anyway. He's going to speed.
This won't. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. I will not be stopped. Your right tower is under attack.
Bro, I have 9 assists. I need some kills, man.
Strike. Enemy missing right. This won't miss. Watch his step.
Nice, yeah.
Raw?
Naga.
I just feel like on her in general is just kind of notoriously good into things that, like Artemis, you know, like the Cupids, because you can just ult the response. But there is just a
Understood.
chance, like Thor might just be camping. I'm not too sure, but who knows? LB also doesn't really play ADC, like he's just support main, obviously. So I know Aldi, he's not a bad player by any means. But I don't think he plays anything but support. From what I've seen.
Enemy missing right. Get to burn bright.
Alt on, keep it.
Yeah, I don't think we fight here, boys. They're just looking for a fight.
We can go now. We're 5, we should now. Would actually bait them. Oh, look at this guy. I'm gonna wall backwards when he jumps. We pull. We have bananas, no? I use them.
Sure, go for it. All these trees I can stone.
I can.
They're the shop.
I have bomb and Sander. This is free. Bombing at 3k.
Rise half.
You guys are spirited if you can get something. I got the Cupid.
You wall him?
I have a stun. No, I already wall him. He's on dash. Wall now. I'm tanking. You're fine.
They're ult.
Wall.
More ult on me. Fuck, I should've just fallen back, I'm an idiot. Nice, good job. Just get out if you can, boys. That's just me being out of position. Thought I could do a bit more damage, but it's a good test. Like, it's a good test to see how much damage I can actually do. I can definitely tell that the beam, the initial like beam shots, is what does the actual damage on int. The dash does not do that much damage, but it also only scales with 20% int, whereas the beam itself is 40% and only 15% strength. So it's actually more of a, it's not an initiate like you would with strength. It's way more of a finish off type thing. Should never use the ult as the first thing to go in unless you know that it's a good idea. I also didn't realize Morrigan was around, so that's also on me. Thought I could just go on Ra for free.
This won't miss.
You just push my tower.
Attack middle tower.
Mori is missing. I'm rotating though.
I'm coming mid. Or keep it.
Give me one more level, boys. Give me a minion. No,
You guys can help me with
didn't
this?
get any minions.
Fabuloso! The rain shall wash them away. They hit like a baby.
Shingeki. Right.
Very good. Thunderbolts of lightning. Very, very scary. Yeah!
Your team has destroyed the middle enemy phoenix.
Don't end. I want to play more Suki. I know it's Tsuku Yomi, but Suki is it sounds cuter, man. I guess we couldn't end anyway. Oh no. Oh, terrible.
Magetsu, burn bright.
Yeah, that's just back.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Oh, very strong. Enemy spotted.
The pyro has arrived. This won't miss.
Thunder, yes.
Shingetsu, strike.
Ally has been slain.
Watch your step.
Let's get 20 before I back off.
Defend the fire giant group. Retreat left lane.
Enemy missing.
Defend the fire giant.
I have ult up.
Magetsu, burn bright.
Two ulting. He's looking for you.
This won't miss.
Thor all done. Yeah, I couldn't get out.
My summon is down.
Tried to hit the Morgan at least once so I could just split them up a bit. Thor Aegis.
The rain shall wash them away.
Here's wall.
Enemy has been slain.
I want him to. She cannot be.
The rain shall wash them away.
LP jumping in and then not doing any damage is pretty funny.
Okay.
Survive, I'm on
The,
my
the
way.
minions might end. The minions might end. I don't know if you installed them.
Can you just chase Cupid or where is he?
Yeah, I haven't just back.
I think it's too late now anyway, they're all spawning. Oh my god, this character is... I think I might have to just go and play this character with strength, because he is so slow, bro. He's even slower with int. It's kind of crazy. Didn't think he could get much lower. Three people, right?
Enemy spotted.
Thor, Ron, Morgan.
I could technically do this Gold Fury.
Sure, I think you guys just go for it.
Now. 10k.
They have started fire.
My son is down again.
5k.
They're just sending it.
Team has destroyed the fire giant.
Ah, man.
Cubit's pretty low. I couldn't get out in time.
I'm walking to.
The rest
Did
of
he
them are
armor?
looking to end. Can we just go and like Thor mid?
Freezing 2. I'm gonna try to freeze the Dire.
Nice.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still think they're ending though. Maybe Albi can get out in time.
Honor's in 15. We have a lot of structures up.
Yeah, I guess maybe they don't.
I think I can make it there walking maybe.
They can't end, they get the Phoenix.
Your right phoenix has been destroyed.
He's just chasing
They
to
would
waste
try.
dagger at this point.
More is not.
But they're just chasing you.
Okay, I'm gonna play live then.
Trying to get to you, they're kind of going really ham for this.
Yeah, I got Dire, I'm just fine. Okay.
Your titan is under attack.
I think Albi needs to take his hand off of that jump button. Albi, I think I've got to stop jumping in, bro. It's not working.
No, I think you just need to blink before you do it. It's gonna be better.
He does have blink. And it's up 2. I'm surprised he didn't use that first then. Also, I just noticed. Is my... like, ranged autos not proccing poly?
Destroyed the gold fury.
Frozen, bro.
I'm on my way.
Trying to go with you.
Roll 1 HP.
They're pretty low. Oh, fucking hell, he hit me with that. I'm backing off, boys.
I was just slipped in.
I even juked backwards. You still hit me with
I
that.
will keep it, I will keep it.
The mind games.
Freezing? You're out, you're out. Good side.
I'm defending left, guys.
I'll attack. Attack.
I think I go Signet last. I'm not sure what else it would be. I could go for something like Soul Gem, but I feel like the poke. On poke characters, Signet just feels a lot better. Just to up the poke a bit. They just all always have fucking ages for me. At least the targets I'm going for, it feels like.
I look for a leap wall. On the road.
Poke Rabbit.
Alright, sweet. I mean, He's QP. He's trolling. Oh, hell no.
I think you're trolling.
That's unlucky.
That's very much.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
That's more beats to roll.
Thor in there.
That's fine. Or is walking this way. Can we look for Thor?
I'm hit.
Looking for Thor. Thor in the air.
They're just diving me, boys. Like, we're gonna need some kind of peeling here. I just don't know what LP's doing. Like, it's 3 games in a row. It feels like we don't have an ADC. Like, he's dying with his ult up, getting Cupid ulted. Just fucking ult for the CC immune then. I don't get it. I don't know why I'm trying to peel for him either. I should just fucking go my own way.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Defend right lane. Defend right lane.
It's probably just too late.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Inspiring.
Tragic.
Your left tower is under attack.
Close.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
It's definitely hard for Tsuku to get anything started if we don't have anyone like actually initiating.
Burn bright. This won't miss. Your middle tower is under attack.
And right now it feels like we just kind of don't.
Middle tower has been destroyed.
Like a jaguar.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
Yeah, doesn't matter. I'm finished for now adapting. GG's though.
Yeah, same.
Defeat.
Yeah, I mean I don't really think there's not much to do. We just have like I think you played the mage Yorm well for the most part, but like you gotta stay the fuck back, bro. You cannot walk up as Yorm. You're literally the easiest target in the game. And I don't know what the fuck Albie was doing this game, to be honest with you. My guy was just jumping all around. Jumping around even though he has blink and he's still getting caught with his ult up. Like, surely we press one of our abilities at some point. It started out pretty well today though. I can't really complain, it's not too hard. Like, where did it even begin? Was it the Poseidon game? Oh, it was the Thunder game. Yeah, so I mean, it's still pretty successful today for the most part. But yeah, I appreciate you guys stopping by as always. It's always a pleasure. What the fuck am I at this point? Oh, I'm exactly at 5.5. Okay. Kind of shame. We got AK ADC. Yeah, that's the thing. There's not really much to do. And like, it wasn't even just like, it was just kind of you boys being caught a lot in these last few like fights that ended up us not being able to fight back because we just lost the player for free. Albie is a main support though. I can't really fully blame him. I'm not sure if he ever plays ADC in any way. It is what it is. Happens. Still some